Welcome back, everybody. We are back to FIDE Grand Prix 2022 in Berlin. It's round 5, so penultimate round of the qualification stage, as I like to call it. So 2 more days, today and tomorrow, and we will know the names of the semi-finalists. And once again, a reminder, that's my great pleasure to cover this tournament for you, and I hope we can hear from my wonderful co-host Jesse February. Jesse, are you with us?
Hi, yes I am. How are you, Miro?
Well rested. So rest days are my favorite, you know, that's my favorite favorite part of any chess tournament, the rest day.
Right, so what did you get up to during the rest day?
Well, was having some rest. You'd be surprised.
That's good indeed.
Yeah,
I was going to stream myself, and I was going to end up baking a chess pie, you know,
Oh, wow.
in honor of the Grand Prix, but also because my audience is mainly chess players. But I didn't get around to it and just played chess instead.
Okay, so, well, it sounded funny because you said my main audience is chess players, and I thought kind of the logical continuation would be so they have no clue how to cook, and therefore you wanted to make a chess pie.
It's brave of you to assume that I can cook as well. We actually called it, you know, a house burning simulator. So I was actually hoping I didn't burn down the house.
All right. So, a reminder, once again, 2 rounds left. I think in all of the groups, apart from the B group. Yeah, B group is kind of complicated. In all the rest, we have the favorites, we have the leaders. Well, Pools C and D specifically, because there Aronian and Wesley So are well positioned to win, you know, to win the group. So let's double check the pairings for today's round. In pool, what's that? Pool A, Hikaru Nakamura with white against Alexander Grishuk, Etienne Bacrot with white against Andrei Yesipenko. Hikaru is half a point in front of the others. Richard, right? It's Richard, not Richard. Richard with white against Grigory Aparin, and then Radoslav Wojtaszek against Vladimir Fedoseev. Wojtaszek and Fedoseev being in the lead on +1, if I remember well. So that's a very principal game. Daniil Dubov will have white against Vidit Gujarati, and then Vincent Keimer white against Levon Aronian.
Mm-hmm. And I see that in Group 2, there are 2 leaders at the moment, just with half a point lead, Fedoseev and Wojtaszek.
Right, then
they both have 2.5.
Yeah. In C pool it was Aronian on one clear point lead, and here I believe it's Wesley So who has a lead of 1 full point. So for Wesley, I was thinking about Wesley's words, I mean exactly what he said in an interview. So on one hand you want to take risks to win, but you want to avoid losing, and so far this kind of second part of the prediction played out as in the book, because none of those who are in the lead lost a single game, right? It's too short of a distance, I believe. So imagine, like, look at Group A. So we have Naka who is leading, and then Grishuk, for instance, has all the draws. We might say, okay, he plays boring, but he's still within the striking distance. But if you lose one game, it's very hard to qualify. Well, Andrei,
it's very true, and it's hard to say that there's been a lot of peace in Grishuk's games, because we saw the quality of the game as well. There's so many sort of on-edge games where he was either really losing or really winning. So.
Yeah, absolutely, but ended up making all draws, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I've reserved my prediction for this round, and my prediction is that the game of the match will be Hikaru Nakamura versus Alexander Grishuk. And I'm touching wood right now. I'm hoping that I'm not wrong, and I hope that it won't be, an anticlimactic game. But what are your predictions for today?
Well, I honestly don't know. I've tried it a couple of times, this prediction game, and it didn't work well, unless you want to counter-bet what I'm saying, right? In terms of kind of tournament intrigue in Group B, of course, Wojtaszek against Fedoseev is very, very important. Nakamura with Grishuk, as I said, on paper always looks exciting, but once again, Naka having this half-a-point lead and Grishuk being one of his closest rivals, I think we might see Naka kind of taking, pragmatic approach and being solid not necessarily playing for a draw, but being rock solid at the first place and see what happens. I'm not expecting fireworks kind of start of the game. Yeah.
That's true. Maybe Grishuk has to, throw fuel into the fire because there are only 2 games left before the tie breaks and then the semifinals. So players do have to push if they want to come first. It's not even about placing; it's just about coming first at the stage.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those situations, as I like to describe, that there is first place and all the others can consider to be the last places. I mean, you don't really care it's place 2 or place 3. Okay, 5 rating points are nothing compared to like qualifying. So yeah.
There is questions already from chat. If you're willing and able to accept them, it's from Han Shoot, and I think that he's actually a journalist for New in Chess, and he has a question for you, Miro. He's heard that you worked with the Muzichuk sisters. How was it working with them, and how was it training them? Or did you train them?
I'll answer this in a bit. Yeah, but here
Okay.
I want to tell you guys what's that. It's that's Ulrich Krause, the I'm not sure if he's the president of German Chess Federation. Let me double check it. I do
Seems
have.
like it's on the screen. It says President of German Chess Federation. So you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah.
President of German Chess Federation, and he is to make a first move. And I actually missed what move did he play, and that's my favorite part of the story, So I'll tell you in a bit. So he has made the first move, or rather took a picture pretending he made the first move in the game between Vincent Keymer and Levon Aronian. And I always dreamt of this. It never materialized, but I always dreamt of it, like I would be in such a situation as Vincent Keymer. Okay, I've been a couple of times, but I wasn't that kind of, that ballsy back then. So, and imagine, Jesse, being asked, what move should I play? I mean, being asked by celebrity, and you say whatever you like. And you end up playing the move he plays. Like he goes f3, you accept your fate, and you start the game with one f3. How cool would it be? How cool would it be?
Oh my goodness. No, I don't know if I'll be able to do something like that. F3 and just keep playing. Then you definitely have to play the Bon Cloud.
Yeah, I don't think it's funny enough. I don't think White is much worse after one f3. Interestingly, I mean he probably is worse, but not that much. Anyway, on a little bit more serious note, round 5 has started. I will need few more minutes to reopen the games, and then we'll proceed with analysis. And what was the question? If I worked with Muzichuk sisters, and how was it?
Yeah, how was your experience working with them?
Yeah, I did work. It was quite some time ago. Last time, kind of my interaction with the sisters was I was helping Maria during this knockout that she has won. I think it was 2014 Sochi, right? So when she became the world champion.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
When she became the world champion, but kind of serious work in the not during the tournament, but kind of training camps. It was a bit earlier, like a couple of years earlier, 2012, 2013. Well, the impression, well, what can I say? I mean, we just worked. I mean, I would not state anything out of this world if I will say they are capable of hard work, they are very talented, and so on and so on. And I would say Anna is strangely a little bit less emotional and more of a, I don't know, pragmatic player, if I may say, out of two sisters. And Maria, she's, I don't know, she's a very, very lively personality, you know, with a lot of interests apart from chess. So that's kind of a little bit of...
I would have expected the other way around, that Maria is the more sort of grounded human and Anna is the more sort of eccentric character.
Yeah, but that was, once again, Jesse, it was back then, so people do tend to change. So maybe we are both right. Yeah. All right, and I think we'll take a look at the cross table if we have it, and then we'll go on with the games. All right, so So as you can see, in Pool A, Nakamura's leading, already played 2 draws against Bakro. Today he's facing Grishuk, and he's yet to play the second game against Yesipenko. Pool B, 2 leaders, Rapport still can catch up, can hope to catch up, and for Oparin, yeah, at least qualification stage is over. Same goes for Pool C, Aronian, not quite the same, yeah, but Aronian is like far in front of the pack. Keima has no mathematical chance by that point, I'm afraid. And okay, he kind of still has. I mean, it's a very unlikely scenario, but he has to win 2 games, Aronian has to lose 2 games, and somehow we need all that to add up so that everyone finishes on 50%, which I'm not sure if possible at all. It's like what it has to be. Yeah, Dubov has to beat Aronian, has to lose to Keima, and then Aronian has to lose to Keima today, and you know, I know.
That is a lot. That is a lot to hope for.
Yeah,
least.
But realistically,
but you never know. Here's Keima's, chance to sort of grab a point from Levon. I mean, he's playing wide pieces. He's playing with confidence. He played the opening moves rather, quickly. So. I don't know, it's interesting. I think it's still possible. Yeah,
but realistically, I can say that, Pool C, Pool D, we have clear favorites, which are Aronian and Wesley. So for Pool A, Pool B, we have the leaders, but that's a bit too early to talk about, right? So still, half a point in Naka's case. I don't think he will lose. But it might be that one of his kind of pursuers wins a game, and then we have the tiebreak. Alrighty, so let me spend a little bit more time opening all the games now. Now it's actually we don't need it. We don't need this one on the screen right now. Yeah, I still don't have all the games open, so please bear with me for another couple of minutes. Dubov with Vidit, yeah, and we need 2 more from Pool D, which are Shirov with Wesley. Yeah, I'm a little bit, a little bit sad about Shirov. That,
You're sad about Shirov?
Yeah, like I was hoping for him. It's always like that when a hero of your youth. I mean, I was really a big fan of Shirov and all those sharp games he was playing. So nowadays I'm a little bit sad, like when I see that he simply cannot keep up with the younger guys. Yeah. All right. So let me.
Well, that's actually a very interesting question, if I may ask. When players sort of they do grow older and maybe they reach their peak. I hate to say it, but is there a point where your chess will just decline no matter how hard you're sort of pushing? I know Garry Kasparov made a brief comeback to chess to play, I think it was the St. Louis Rapid, or it was Sinkfield Rapid, I'm not too sure what the tournament was, but he did make a brief comeback to sort of professional chess. But do you think that there's a point where your chess will just decline?
Well, that's a tough one because first of all, I mean, kind of first example that came to mind was Korchnoi, obviously, who was
Okay.
still competing at the age of kind of 70, right? So that's an example of being kind of evergreen. But realistically, especially nowadays, where you have to, I mean, the main problem I think is that you have to consume an awful lot of information in order to play on a very high level, right? Because yes, you lose something with age, you lose maybe sharpness, but you get the experience and blah blah, that's all good, but being able constantly working on openings and memorizing like those lines, it's not only that you lose the ability to, but also, I believe at some point, you lose the interest to. And that's perhaps, and it's not, I mean, it kind of is connected with the age, but there is no specific number, right? And I can see some players, like, I don't know, who are in their 30s, but they kind of lost interest. I mean, I would not provide you with specific names, but just a hint that they were like very young talents. And when you introduce to the game of chess at a very young age and you, well, study seriously a lot and you play a lot, and then at some point it's, you know, you reach this kind of stagnation and so on.
Yeah, it does remind me of the movie Searching for Bobby Fischer, based on Josh Waitzkin's life, and how at some point he was still very young when he decided to move away from chess and take up martial arts. I think he was just overwhelmed by the pressure he was put under. I think he made it to international master, not grandmaster, but that was an interesting story, and how he spoke about his experience with chess.
Yeah, that's one of those, chess movies done right, if I may. Okay, Jesse, I was told we will need to break just for a short commercial, and then we'll be back with game analysis. So.
Sure.
Okay, so welcome back everyone, and what do we do? Let's start with Pool A as we used to do all the time, right? And once again, I'm just thinking that okay, now it's got updated. I was about to criticize that the time that is displayed on our screen. It's 1:30. Kind of that doesn't really work because the game has started, but it's just updated. So Bakro against Yesipenko, that would be our first kind of game that we are looking at. And here we have one of those anti-marshals, I think that it's called such, yeah. So basically, on move 8 for white in this Ruy Lopez, white can play c3, which allows marshal counterattack, or white can play pretty much any other pawn move. Well, maybe not any other, but yeah, like on move 8, guys, yeah, that's the position I'm talking about. c3 allows for d5, yeah, pawn takes, knight takes, white captures the pawn, and so on and so on. So it's all started in 1914, I believe, when was Frank James Marshall played it against Jose Raul Capablanca, and since then, yeah, obviously, it's been more than 100 years of theory development in this line, so they've analyzed a couple of variations more. Okay, and if you don't want to be involved in all this mess, you can play a3, you can play a4, play d3, you can play d4, you can play h3. And all of those are kind of separate directions, sometimes interfering with each other, but most of the time it would be a fresh position. So in our case, a4 was played. a4, I think it was Magnus playing rook b8 against Nepo in this position, if I'm not mistaken, right? But b4 is the legit move, the main line. d4, d6, d takes, and now black very often chooses to swap the knight from c6 for a knight on f3, so captures with the knight. Knight takes and pawn takes. And the argument here is that white is trying to, I mean, we can see ourselves that it's sort of a symmetrical structure, the d file is open, and usually it leads to, you know, a lot of simplifications. You trade all the major stuff on the d file, right? Like, I mean, it's some sort of a magnet. You have one open file of the position, so your rook wants to go there, your opponent's rook wants to go there, and you trade, and you agree a draw. That sounds like a plan. But in fact, white is trying to use the c4 square. So very often the knight would go to d2, c4. Then maybe white will play a5 at some point. So he's trying to prove that this positional middle game, and very often transitioning into endgame, that it is slightly better, and black has to be careful. It's very well studied, this position, so it's by no means the end of theory.
Would you promote the exchange of queens here?
With white, well, not really by taking on d8 myself, right? So I wouldn't be against it, let's say. It's not like I'm terrified by the prospects of exchanging the queens, but kind of capturing on d8 myself, I feel like it simply is not promising any kind of advantage. I think one of the moves is knight d2 for sure. Then they were playing queen e2, I guess. It's once again, it's, you know, one of those like subtle differences that unless you know exactly what it means, you won't be able to tell. Because to me, it looks like white has some sort of a plan, which would be bring the knight to c4, develop the bishop from c1, and put a rook to d1. That would be a list of things that I would try to do before actually thinking in this position, right? Kind of coming up with the plan. Okay. So it's a sequence of moves. But once again, where I start, or what I start with, I'm not sure. And it could be, in reality, for some guys who really know this position, one of the players that comes to mind is Peter Swidler, because he has, I believe, great experience playing this line with both colors, quite possibly, surely with black. Right, and then to me it would look the same, starting with queen e2, starting with knight d2, and it might turn out that one of the moves is much more precise than the other. So that's always a difficulty, you know, discussing these semi-theoretical positions, because right, for us mere mortals, it would seem, okay, it's very easy. Well, actually, Bakro just took on d8. Look, I mean, I said, no, I don't believe this leads anywhere, but he just took on d8 and played knight d2. All right, so he is ready to play the endgame, in fact.
Alrighty. I love that explanation about sort of developing your pieces and piece placement before thinking in the middle game. So reserving all that energy for later on. Shall we move on to the next game in the same group? We have Nakamura versus Grishuk.
Yeah, we are shown Dubov and Vidit, but I don't believe this is the position. Once again, it cannot be the position you have in a game of chess. No. No, that's something weird. Okay, we could switch to Nakamura and Grishuk, but it's not much to talk there, to be honest. Apart from the fact that Grishuk has played the King's Indian. Grishuk has played the King's Indian, so it's a lot of, you know, a lot of stuff being said, kind of without being said by Grishuk already. The King's Indian means I want to play. I know it's not the ideal opening to equalize, right? But I want to play. I want the position complex, and you know that there is a very interesting psychological moment to this, because if truth being said, if white wants to be solid, he can do it against any given opening. So it's not like I play the King's Indian, I play for a win with black. Because no, I mean, if White wants to be solid, he can always do this. The thing is, like by playing the King's Indian, I'm kind of provoking my opponent, and you know, even the most pragmatic chess players, they have this attitude that you are playing inferior opening, I have to try to play for a win, I have to try to play for an advantage, right? And that's why King's Indian sometimes works very well. Because, well, I myself played a lot of King's Indian, I actually think it's a legit opening, it's not like Black has, I mean, it's not like there is a single line that I would claim to be like much better for White, but still, it's a bit of a provocation. And we will see how this plays out, because that's an interesting decision taken by Grishuk, and yeah, Nakamura has played, last move of Hikaru Nakamura was bishop e3, and this system with bishop e2, bishop e3 is quite a tricky one.
Yeah, I've been thinking for 16.5 minutes on this move, on move 6.
Yeah, and believe me, he knows what the theory suggests here. It's just that, yeah, I mean, you do have options. Let me try to recall. As far as I remember, all those tricky moves like this bishop e2, bishop e3 system, and there is also h3, bishop e3 system, kind of a take on Makogonov line. It's all directed against Black playing e5 immediately. It's not like there is a refutation for e5, but this e5, d5, with White not yet having the knight on f3 is kind of, you know, kind of good for White. But yeah, it seems that I do have some problems with analysis board. So let's switch to the other game. Yeah, it's something happens to this machine I'm working from. As you may have guessed, yeah, as you may have guessed.
That's okay. I am following what you're saying at least. Oh, 16 minutes is nothing for Sasha, says chat. Now going on 18 minutes of thinking on move 6. Normal, of course. Are you wanting to move on to the next group?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah. Oh, we made a move. What? Okay, of course, e5. Ooh. So we saw in the beginning that Hikaru walked in with a cup of tea, and now he walked in with something else. I don't know what else he brought to the table, but he's definitely got a game's worth of beverages. Are you still there? Are you here with me?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, just trying to solve some minor technical issues.
That's all right.
Yeah, so we in fact are back to Yesipenko and Bakron Yesipenko, right? And we were suggesting let's move on to Group B. Yeah, what game would you prefer, Jesse? Sorry, I kind of missed it a little. Wojtaszek or the other one?
We can look at either first. No problem.
Can you? Do you have all the games open, Jesse? Tell me.
I do.
Yeah?
Yes.
Please look at both of the games from Pool B, and would you?
Okay.
Yeah, and would you be able to tell me the difference? Because I was really confused. I thought something's off with whiteboard because they look pretty similar. Okay,
Yeah.
they're not exactly the same.
Okay, this is Wojtaszek. Yes,
Yeah.
this is Wojtaszek versus Fedosiv.
Yeah, but would you agree with me, right? Like in both cases, Black has this d5 isolated pawn and so on. They do look somewhat similar. And I was confused because
Yes,
I have like
indeed.
8 windows open and I'm switching between them, and I just thought, okay, maybe I accidentally
What's the difference?
kind of opened the same game twice. Yeah, so that was a bit funny.
It reminds me of the one tournament where the players were playing exactly the same move on both boards. And the only point that they sort of deviated was when they were moved to different rooms. So I think they were following the same line, and one sort of trusted the other's sort of theory or lack thereof. I'm not too sure. I don't know if you
Yeah.
remember the story. There was a
I
couple
know the
articles on
story.
them. Yeah.
I know the story very well, but yeah. So first, let me kind of have duties there. Not only a pleasure of having a, of having a little chat with you and commentating the games, but I have to remind our dear viewers that the FIDE World Chess Grand Prix made possible with the help of companies that supported this event, and you can see their names on the screen. It's Kaspersky, right? Kaspersky, the cybersecurity partner of World Chess and FIDE. It's Algorand, the blockchain partner, and yeah, believe it or not, but I can talk about Algorand in details, but I don't think it's within the scope of this broadcast. I did recently studied a lot in terms of blockchain and stuff like that, right? And let's not forget FIDE Online Arena, the gaming platform for chess. They also helped to organize this event. All right, and back to the story of two similar games, right? I sadly do not remember the players. I think
I
Shirov
think
was
Wesley So
involved.
was one of.
You remember
Yeah.
Wesley So. So what I remember, there
Uh,
were Shirov and Karyakin. There were Shirov and Karyakin involved and not in the same game. But it might be totally off. So it is from Grand Swiss, and not the Riga Grand Swiss, but before that, right? In Isle of Man that
okay.
was, right? Isle of Man that was. And it was a very sharp line in the Sicilian, some not mainstream Sicilian, but a very sharp line. And the funny fact is that indeed someone was kind of repeating moves from the other board, right? Copying the moves from the other board. And it turned out
Yes.
after that the person who seemingly had knowledge of the theory was playing nonsense. So that's the funniest part. So
Mm.
if you find those games, you'll check them, and at some point, like one player really made a mistake and the other one copied it.
Yes, I have the players here. It says Alexei Shirov was playing Yu Yang Yi, and Sergei Karyakin was playing Alexei Dreyev.
Oh yeah,
So that was, and they copied each other for 19 moves.
19 moves or something. Yeah.
Um, yeah, yeah. And the separate twist was that Karyakin and Yu played exactly the same line 4 years prior to that.
Ah,
That was funny.
so that's
Yeah.
that's interesting. Yeah. Speaking of Shirov, he just appeared on our screen, and I remember myself. What's the word? What's the word? Complaining. Okay, let's put it mildly. Complaining, whining. I wanted to say about no real Berlin.
Did we lose sound? I can't hear you, unfortunately.
Okay, so similarly I had some sound issues. Jesse, can you hear me now? And yeah,
I can.
if so, please ask the chat if they can hear me. Right, sorry
Yes,
for
I can
that.
hear you perfectly, and I hope chat can hear you perfectly as well. You guys can let us know.
Yeah, so really sorry for that, but it seems that I had kind of no business muting myself, so it just happened, you know. Still, it's 2022, and I still don't understand how you get this stuff transmitted without wires, right? So sometimes it just disappears and so on. Okay, what I was saying
Makes
was
sense.
that finally we have a real Berlin in Berlin, right? So Wesley Saw playing their Berlin defense against the Ruy Lopez, and Shirov going for so-called Berlin endgame.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, not that I, once again, believe it or not, but I've analyzed this Berlin endgame not so long ago, like once again, and still don't remember a thing. I mean, it's so confusing. It's so confusing. I mean, starting from here, perhaps, right? Because White has, well, I want to say 3 main moves, which is knight c3, h3, or rook d1. After h3, king e8 is once again one of the moves, and you have really a lot of them. King e8 is fine, knight c3. So perhaps the main thing that happened in this game is black playing h5, because the other option is, you'd be surprised not to play h5. I mean, it sounds really silly, but in fact, you have here you have a lot of moves. You have what, bishop e7, bishop b4 is a move, if I'm not mistaken. You can play knight e7, kind of. So the main thing is that White wants to play g4 with the tempo. Like, let me play a7, a6, which is very silly move, but just to illustrate. So White wants something like that. g4, knight moves, then you go to d4, and then if you're on time, you want to run quickly f4, f5. If you're not, like after h5, at least you want to be able to play f3, so that this g4 pawn is well protected, and later on, I mean, the whole thing here is like black would have no problem whatsoever if not for White's kingside majority, right? So ideally, where White wants to end up is with his pawn on f5, and in this case, of course, he would be much better. So black can either play h5 immediately, that's what he done in the game, so stopping g4 altogether, but in kind of, you achieve something, you always have to give something away, right? That's the problem with chess. I mean, unless you're winning, you're checkmating, then the game stops. But yeah, but here you stop g4, but you kind of weaken the g5 square and the whole complex of, therefore, the whole complex of the dark squares, right? So White will be able to play bishop g5 one day, and maybe knight g5, so on. So you can play h5, or you can play other stuff this way or another, preparing for this g4. And one of the things is, like, you go knight e7. If White is so naive to play g4, then after h5 he has to break this setup. He has to, I don't know, go knight h2, which is not very attractive. Otherwise, yeah, the pawn will be lost. Okay, so h5 played, bishop f4, with the idea at some point to play e6, to exchange the e pawn for the c7 pawn. Knight e2, bishop e6, knight goes to d4, knights exchanged, and bishop goes to d5. Very typical scenario. So White kind of manages to exchange a couple of pieces. So one more time. So the kingside, moving the kingside majority is one thing. The other thing, White wouldn't mind, as the explanation goes about Ruy Lopez exchange, White wouldn't mind to exchange all the pieces. And then he would win the resulting pawn and king endgame, right? So like, if you trade everything, you are probably winning. The problem is black has something to say about it, and having pair of bishops, obviously black will not voluntarily trade everything literally. Potential scenario for black that he is willing to trade the knight for a dark square bishop. Like go bishop c5, if the knight is not going your way, I just take. And then I claim that, yeah, my position is solid. So, yeah, I believe Wesley has has all the reasons to be happy there with the development of the game, because, as I'm saying, black's very solid, and it's really hard to put any pressure with white.
So do you think with 2 more draws, he will be in first?
Wesley, it really depends on what the pairing is. Yeah, it's very likely, obviously, right? Since he's 1 full point ahead. So if
Unless,
he makes,
of course, yeah, I think even if Dominguez wins both of his games, maybe there's a playoff or tiebreak.
Yeah, so that's the only scenario, right? So because today in the other game of this pool, we have Dominguez with Hare Krishna with Dominguez. If Harry wins, he's playing Wesley tomorrow, Wesley having the white pieces. So if we assume Wesley makes 2 draws, that means Harry doesn't win 2 games. So it kind of the only possible scenario is that Dominguez wins today with black, and then tomorrow he will have to beat Shirov with white. And that, I think, the only mathematical possibility that adds up, so that they share first, right? They finish joint first.
Exactly.
If Wesley makes 2 draws. All right, so
very
being in Wesley's shoes, I wouldn't mind the draw today at all. Because, I mean, also knowing how solid he can be when he needs it, with white that is, right? I mean, he can make a draw today, and tomorrow we'll check if he needs to play for a win, if he needs just a draw, you know. All right, so not much to talk about this position, to be honest, right? I'm a little bit surprised that Wesley spent some time already, because that's his repertoire opening, this h5 thing, and I don't know if there is anything new being played. Well, perhaps bishop f4 is not necessarily the move you're expecting here. It's one of the moves, but it's possible that something else, like knight e2 immediately exists, for instance. What else? I don't think you play rook d1. I don't think you play rook d1 since the king left already. But there are certainly bishop f4 is. I mean, it's one of the moves, but not the only move. So maybe after bishop f4 he has spent some time. Because then, yeah, knight goes to e2.
See quickly what the thinking time was.
Yeah, if you could check this.
So after bishop f4, nope, Wesley played within 14 seconds bishop to b4.
Bishop b4 was played quickly, okay. But when his time was spent, I mean, that's... I don't know if this really is insightful.
He spent 4 minutes. Yeah, he spent 4 minutes on king e8. That's about it. But probably Shirov has spent a lot more time in the last few moves. So bishop f4 he spent a lot of time, 8 minutes. 8 minutes on knight e2. And only a minute on knight e to d4. The rest were in seconds.
Yeah, but I mean, since you've played knight e2, it's clear that your plan is to put the knight on d4, so that only makes sense. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised with Wesley's time management, but yeah, it all makes sense, because after h3, that's the moment you decide on where the king goes, in fact, yeah. Because there is also...
Just to let everyone know, I just want to let everyone know the time. At the moment, Shirov has 1 hour and 7 minutes. And Wesley So is 1 hour and 29 minutes.
Okay, so that makes much more sense, Jesse, because on my screen I have, you probably can see it as well, right? Shirov 117, Wesley 114, and I was wondering, how is that Wesley spent time if it's his repertoire opening what he plays, like for the last few years. Yeah, so deciding on king e8 makes sense, because that's the moment where you actually pick the side where the king goes, because you also have this bishop d7, king c8, right? I think the Kramnik plan, perhaps I should call it. because it all, yeah, I mean, it all started with Kramnik playing this against Garry Kasparov in the match, right?
Okay.
Okay.
So, what do you think White's plan would be here? Maybe to play c3? It looks the most natural.
Yeah, but c3, it's once again, it's a nice move, but it's not necessarily a plan, right? So we play c3. I was saying bishop c5 looks decent to me. So I'm wondering how to assess this, for example. I don't know, this rook, maybe I take on a2. No, so rook, not rook a d1, but I need rooks on the d file, so maybe rook f d1 and then try to double. I was wondering what's that. I was like, if I take on d4, rook takes d4, and if I'm to play this position, that's... Maybe black doesn't have to do it.
You think black will take?
Maybe black doesn't have to do it, but that's one of the ways to simplify it kind of entirely. Because we have opposite colored bishops at the end, right, as the result, and quite possibly it's enough for black to hold the draw. I presume Wesley will be happy with holding a draw, right? So maybe it's not necessarily that he has to take it right now, but one of the ways to play this position would be to capture the knight. After c3, I believe bishop c5 is the move, because bishop e7 runs into this knight f5, and it's a little bit awkward, right? Or, on the other hand, if I was ready to trade the bishop for the knight, right? Why don't I do this way? So I do this, and after knight f5, I'm playing not even g6, because g6, in fact, weakens the f6 square, and this might be a little bit dangerous. I was very happy with this setup for black, king on e6 being safe and active at the same time, right? But after bishop f6, the rooks are a little bit too restricted, and the main thing is like you do not control the d file. So bishop f6, then white's going to double, and we'll try to play c3, c4. And instead of this g6, I thought maybe black can come up with a little clever tactic, which is bishop e4, attacking the knight.
And it traps the knight if you take.
If you take, it's king f8, the knight is trapped. So I'm kind of either pushing this knight away, or if you trade on e7, it's more or less the same, but not really, because the pawn is still on g7, guards f6, and maybe that's beneficial for black, because now it's not like I'm threatening to take on e5 immediately, but one day, right? One day I kind of can dream of capturing on e5, especially if a couple of rooks are swapped, and f4 doesn't feel that comfortable, because one day even f6 might materialize. Might think of h4 and then followed up with f7, f6, trapping the bishop. So, okay, it's a little bit clumsy explanation on what's going on. In fact, a2, a3 was played, which might be the version of the same. It's just that he wants to move the a pawn, so a2 is not hanging, right? a2 was hanging in my line.
Right, so he can relieve the a rook. Yeah,
because I think ideal setup for white would be either doubling the rook on the d file or placing the rooks in the center like d1 and e1. Maybe that's what Shiro is going after. Okay, so let's move on. I think out of all A games, we, for some reason, chose to talk about the only one which doesn't have the queens on the board, right?
Yeah, I was wondering, you mentioned about the King's Indian defense, and then we went over the Berlin, so... but I understand, we were talking about Shirov, and it's only natural to look at his game as well.
Yeah. I think, you know what, I might have a bit of an issue with one of the games, because Dubov-Vidit has sort of interrupted a bit, at least the coverage for me, and I only have the position after 4 moves, which is obviously not the case. I don't know if it will get updated at some point, but yeah, I do not have the relay of moves from Dubov-Vidit.
I can feed the moves to you if you'd like to take a look at the game.
Pool C, though, the other game came with Aron. Okay, so that's Dubov. That's Dubov's position against Vidit. Okay, that's something.
Castling was the last move.
So Black Castle, yeah, Black Castle short. What's going on there? For some reason, want to say I like white, but maybe that's just an optical illusion because for the time. Okay, we have wrong
so it
position.
was a Tarash.
Yeah, it was semi-Tarash, right?
Semi-Tarash.
Yeah. Let me see. Dubov's here. Semi-Tarash. So C5. Would you read the moves, Jesse, so that I'd be able to manually input them? So it was C5.
So there's C5, E3.
E3. So that
E3
is
first,
Tarash.
yes.
Yeah, that is Tarash.
Knight C6.
A3.
A3. Yes, D takes C4.
D takes C4.
So now D takes C4 instead. Yes, bishop takes A6. Bishop, A6 castles, B5.
B5, bishop A2.
Bishop A2, bishop E7. Yeah, queen E2.
Queen E2, and then what? Then
he takes D4.
Rook D1,
Rook
I guess.
D1. B4.
B4. Knight D4.
E takes D4.
E takes...
It says E takes D4 now.
How is that? No, it's not possible, right? Or is it?
Rook D1, E4, E takes D4. Is that incorrect?
Like that? No, but that's nonsense, right? That's nonsense.
That's what it says. That's what it says.
And then...
I clicked on the position as well. That's what we have. And then B takes E3.
Yeah.
D5.
ED5.
Knight takes D5.
Yeah. I just okay. I got it. I've misheard you. So it's not bishop E7, but bishop B7. Okay, that makes
Sorry,
sense.
bishop B7. My
Bishop
apologies.
B7. Yeah, no, that's fine. You're fine. It's just that I stopped because I was wondering what's that. Yeah. So now it all adds up. Yeah, D5 and what happened? Queen C7 or. No, knight takes,
which move are you on?
Knight
takes
D5. Knight takes
D5.
Rook takes D5.
Rook takes D5. Queen C7.
Okay.
Rook D3.
Rook D3. And black played bishop E7. And white captured the pawn and black castled. Yeah.
Yes, and bishop E3 was the last move that was played.
And bishop E3 was the last move.
Yes.
So what I was saying, I do like white, and Vidit seemingly spent a little bit more time, right? So that probably is one of those deeply prepared lines from Daniil Dubov, which he's kind of famous for. He's famous for his original opening ideas. But it might be just an optical illusion that white is much better. I mean, if black manages to consolidate, and by consolidate, I mean, in a comfortable way, release this pin on the knight on c6. I'm guessing rook a to c8, queen to b8, maybe. And then black should be doing fine. But on the other hand, yeah, still somehow white is a bit more comfortable. I don't know really. Could it be that Vidit already sort of misplayed it a bit? Not necessarily. I'm not necessarily liking the position for black. This is an important game, I have to say, because if Dubov wins, let's imagine Aronian, he's with black, makes a draw, right? And Dubov wins. And it will mean that going to the last game, there will be only half a point difference between Dubov and Aronian. Aronian will have the white pieces, but for Dubov it will be, you know, win or nothing, kind of all-in situation. So we can expect, I mean, any kind of provocative opening choices and so on and so on. So it would promise for really an intriguing game. From Dubov.
I mean, if there's a draw between Vidit and Daniil Dubov, I think that Aronian will feel a lot more comfortable in his spot because the only two really chasing his points right now. They're
Yeah,
on 2 out of 3.
absolutely.
I mean, 2, and Aronian's on 3 out of 4. So if they draw, it's 2.5 out of 5.
Yeah, absolutely. But out of these two, like I believe if there is, once again, we are on this speculation ground, right? But out of these two guys, I believe Aronian would prefer a draw, as you said, but if someone to win, then Vidit. So that,
Okay.
you know, he's not playing him directly. But I don't know. Yeah, once again. Speaking of Aronian, let's see what he does. Aronian's game, well, it's a little bit confusing. Where's Aronian? Ah, Vincent Kema against Aronian, yeah. No major surprises here in Kema versus Aronian. Kema has played, yeah, d4, c4, knight f3, and so on, and Aronian went for the Ragozin defense, right? So d5 and
What is it
bishop
called?
b4.
Sorry?
The Ragozin defense is Ragozin, yeah. Vyacheslav Ragozin used to be Soviet theoretician and you know, a coach and helper, if that's the word, of Mikhail Botvinnik. So that's, and also was known for his passion of developing the bishop to b4 in the Queen's Gambit, which back then was considered to be an eccentric move. And nowadays, I think it's considered just as solid as a usual bishop e7, if not more solid. Once again, and I think I might have some issues with connection, because once again, a lot of, or it's either me or the chess-based server I'm taking my live board from, because it's kind of got interrupted much earlier than the actual position looks like. I don't know. Today, it's clear that it was a rest day, because, you know, some people, they kind of feel difficulties coming back from a rest day, and today even the technique seems to be either losing sound or the games are lagging behind. So maybe you know, all the hardware had a party last yesterday.
Oh no.
Yeah. Okay.
At least we're dealing with the issues, so the players don't have to.
Yeah,
Hopefully they can have sound games. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to...
I've never seen the setup for white before, so I was very intrigued when you mentioned the name of the line. And I mean,
yeah.
I'd love to know the ideas for white, because white obviously has a lot of pieces in the center, but an uncastled king.
Yeah, but okay, the name of the line, I mean, it's kind of related to move 4. Move 4, bishop b4 defines the Ragozin defense, and that's one of the lines. And
Okay.
I think, like, by move 9 we are more or less done, or something like that, with shaping up the position, and then it was just their choice to enter this sharp position. So I'm not really sure if I can describe all the ideas, right? But yeah, you're right.
So
in this,
black sacrificed a pawn?
but he can take it back, right? Now it's Aronian to move. He can trade and take on d5 if we are talking this previous position. If we can get it on the screen, right? Not even sure what's...
Oh, the
what's
king. Right, king will be on d2.
Yeah, so I guess... Ah, no, f5 will be hanging still. Yeah, it's confusing. I mean, it's especially silly
I was wondering.
to analyze. It's especially silly to analyze the position without having the position on the board, right? So
There we go.
yeah, you're right. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps he did sacrifice the pawn. We can say that. But still,
But I was looking at the possibility of having the king in the center because bishop takes d2. Okay, maybe after the few moves that were played. I think you still have...
yeah, that's what I was
position.
saying. That's what I was saying. So I got stuck here.
Do you need some moves?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
well, yeah, I know
Alrighty,
it's...
bishop.
After 9,
I'm
bishop
so
c4.
sorry.
e5, I'm guessing.
9. E5, yes. D5. Queen c5.
Queen c5.
Knight e4.
That's something new, this queen c5 thing.
Queen takes e4.
Yeah,
After knight
takes
takes
everything.
e4, knight e7.
Knight e7. Knight
And knight
takes
takes
e5.
e5 and
Yeah,
bishop
yeah.
f5.
And queen
Queen
f4.
f4.
Okay. So
Yeah.
there is that.
So my thought was, I mean, I would be absolutely terrified with white if bishop were to take on d2. And the next move would be something like queen a5 check or something like that. I'm not too sure. I haven't looked at the engine.
Wait, but why would you be terrified? Don't be terrified with that. So king takes.
The king is in the center.
It's okay. It's okay. So what I would be terrified with the prospects of queen b4, and I either have to give the pawn back, which I probably will do, or going to c1. Like going to c1 is something that really makes me sad, right? Locking the a1 rook. So I would probably try to make this work. Like I go to e2, you capture the pawn, I go to f3. And I do know
c6 at some stage.
I do know it looks scary with the king on f3, right? But maybe I'll be able to play like g4, hide the king on g2. I wonder though, with Aronian thinking...
What about knight to g6?
In which
and it
position?
looks crazy.
Which position?
In that one after king f3.
Yeah, you can do this.
Knight g6, because if queen takes f5...
Yeah,
Oh,
just, it's just
happened.
that we can't really analyze the position without having it on the board, on the screen.
Oh, right.
That doesn't really make sense.
I keep not seeing this. Right.
Doesn't really make sense. Okay, anyway, that seems to be, you know, Jess, it seems to be that we've, I mean, it wasn't smooth sailing, but we've reached the end of the first hour. So maybe let's go for a quick break and try to, you know, I'll try to come to an agreement with chess software so we'd be able to, you know, to analyze the games on the board that our viewers going to see.
Sounds good.
Опять у меня пропал. Okay, looks like we are back, Jesse. Managed to, well, more or less come to terms with, with the software. So hopefully it's all going to work. And we are watching the game between Nakamura and Grishik now. This King's Indian. A lot of stuff has happened. In the current position, I'm not even sure what's going on there. During the break, Jesse, I was looking at this position, just a couple of moves before the live position on the board, and I was wondering about this knight takes d5 option. Well, Grishuk spent some time and decided against it, but it would be very much in spirit of the King's Indian. So, point being, the knight on c3 is trapped, right? You cannot take knight d5, you have to take with the pawn. And then black plays bishop f5, and once again something happens to this silly analysis board. I don't know what to do. Yeah, so knight d5 was an option. Instead, Grishuk has played something else. And anyway, let's pay attention to the live position now.
Yeah, but as you're saying, that knight d5 was quite interesting. Can you remind me again what the plan was? So knight takes d5, and if the pawn were to
pawn
take...
takes, bishop f5, and take on b1, so you would get the rook and the pawn against two minor pieces, and maybe later on, I mean, the whole thing is that you push the e pawn at the end of this line, and you open the
Right.
h8 bishop, right? Because if black has any kind of problematic piece in this position, it's certainly the dark square bishop, which is stuck in the corner, and it's very hard to include it in the game, right? So that
Okay.
would be an attempt to solve positional issues tactically, and that's you know, that's the thing that black has to be ready to do a lot in the King's Indian if he wants to be successful, because at first place you create a lot of positional worrisome factors for yourself, right? When you play the King's Indian, especially when you play e5 and block your own bishop on the long diagonal. So all the typical King's Indian ideas are actually tricky tactical ideas. Like, for instance, there is the thing that black very often sacrifices the exchange by going rook f4. That's an iconic exchange sacrifice. Like, imagine in this structure, so black plays f5, exchanges on e4, right? Okay, so we are back to this one.
We're back.
Yeah. So
Yes.
my point was,
Yeah, someone
95
mentioned in chat.
Yeah.
Oh, if I may mention this quickly before we go into that line with bishop f5, it's saying is Naka playing blitz. He has more time on his clock than what he started with. And just to update you on the times, it is accurate on the screen as well. There's an hour
Yeah.
33 for Nakamura and 31 minutes only for Grishuk after move 16.
That's surprising because, yes, I understand that's kind of a known position, but still, yeah, h5, c takes, queen a5, h6. It seems to be that, yeah, Naka has everything analyzed, I would guess. Rook to b1, intended to play b4, and Grishuk went knight a4, right? So instead of knight a4, my attempt would be to play knight d5, bishop f5, and for now let's ignore any kind of tactical possibilities. Maybe b4 can be included by white, I don't know, but let's pretend white cooperates, so goes queen d1 or queen c1, then we take on b1, and the plan was to take on b1 and to go e4.
Makes sense. I commend your patience, don't worry. Yes, I can hear that big sigh from you.
Yeah, that's because of software not really working as intended.
It's all right. Yes.
Not really working as intended. Yeah, bishop takes b1, queen takes b1, and then e5, e4. No, I mean that's impossible. No. All right, so
Someone mentioned he touched the king. Was he just adjusting the king, maybe?
Grishuk? Even if he
no
did,
idea.
even if he did, that's a rare case where you don't have to say adjust or jadub, as some people prefer, because
You can't move it.
the king doesn't have any legal moves, so you won't be punished.
That's
even if you, and you know, some people would take it a little bit further and then kind of touch the piece that cannot move on purpose, just to irritate.
On purpose.
Just to irritate your opponent. Yeah, I didn't say anything. Yeah, I'm touching my king, but I can't move it, so you have to bear with me. All right.
Yeah. The one thing that annoys me the most is when people touch pieces and it's my turn.
Yeah.
It's, obstructing the way, but they're like, oh no, but I'm just adjusting. It's like, but it's my turn. You cannot do that.
Yeah, well, you know, it's been a lot of discussions on this, what's appropriate, what shall you say, like, is it adjust, and if you say it loud enough, and for instance, I want to adjust the piece and we are playing the game, right, you're not at the board. What am I supposed to do? Like, kind of shout that people around can hear me, or what? You know, so it's a little bit, you know, uncertain, the rules on this one, and I was wondering, what's the big problem? What's the big problem that we kind of eliminate this touch move rule altogether? And I'm kind of, yeah, the move is made when I press the clock, and before that, okay, I touched, I changed my mind, and that would be okay if not for those not so very good people who would touch pieces all the time on purpose just to annoy the opponent, right? So well, I think a game of chess would be much better if all the players would be just reasonable people, which people.
Yeah, but I
which
think
play,
it does surround. Yeah, it does surround the whole like sort of fact of intent. So if you knock over a piece with your elbow, or if you're adjusting a piece, you can obviously see the difference between someone wanting to move the piece and just
Yeah,
sort of
absolutely.
adjusting it or putting back. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Because sometimes it makes this, those not very nice situations where someone drops the piece accidentally, right? And my first reaction, like exactly as you said, with the elbow, I dropped the piece with the elbow. My first reaction, especially in a time trouble, just to lift it and put it back on the board, right? And then all of a sudden, my opponent theoretically has the right to claim that I have to move this piece. Right, so it's a
Very
little bit
true,
awkward.
and this has actually happened. It's happened at a local tournament where this, I think it was middle-aged to older gentleman, and he always kept a blazer on and a pocket FIDE handbook in his blazer. And when something like this were to happen, he'd call it a technical issue where he'd pull out the handbook, like sort of page to the page where it says if you touch a piece, you have to move it or any sort of thing like that, and show the arbiter and say, listen, I know the rules. It's right
Wow.
here.
Well, that's that. So he's acting, what do they say, by the law, but not by the goodwill, kind of, right? I mean, so we first of all we still have to be nice to each other, which I believe players in this tournament are. So at least we won't have such issues. Okay. Speaking of the position, though, so Naka just played G4, I believe, last move, so seizing even more space on the king side. Yeah. And that's an interesting position. So black seemingly has not much to worry about in terms of structure on the queen side, right? So black can play b7, b6 and stop white's advance of the c pawn. But what black potentially will have issues with is the bishop on h8, as I've already said. So yeah, it's a very, wanted to say sharp. It's not sharp yet, but double-edged really position strategically first of all, right? So no tactic just yet, but if black will end up with the bishop on h8, and I'm picturing this scenario, like knight goes to f8, to e8, sorry, black will plays f5 at some point, and white goes g5, so that this bishop will be locked forever. That's not what Alexander Grishuk might want.
The hand.
Yeah, that's a nice, that's a nice one.
Someone's gonna screenshot that and turn it into a meme. That someone is gonna be me, probably later. Zooming in on the pieces. The camera work is phenomenal.
Yeah, right. Oh, wait. What's this empty board? That's Grishuk made move, and he carries back at the board. All right. I seem to have issues once again with all that analysis thing. I don't know what really. I mean, software had the party. That's I'm sure.
Yeah.
So shall we do our usual routine, kind of go and check all the games one by one. So that's we've got enough of idea over here. Hikaru is playing the blitz as we guessed. Grishuk is playing his standard classical game, maybe a little bit faster today.
Sounds about right.
A little bit faster than usual because it's move 17 and he's still got 26 minutes left. He's supposed to be on 5 minutes after 17 moves, right? Alexander. Yeah.
Do we have another Berlin Wakro versus Osipenko?
Yeah.
Was it a Berlin?
No, it wasn't. No, that's what I was saying.
Okay.
That's what I said was anti-Marshall, right? Anti-Marshall. Yeah. It's the end game once again, right? And here, it's a little bit. what I want to say, it's a little bit sad for Yesipenko that the game went this way, because he, remember, I think it was the day before the 3 days, so day before yesterday, he was asked, like, if you have any plans to try to catch up with Naka, and he said, I don't know, but I will try to play game after game, and, yeah, as per usual, right? So at least he wanted some sort of a fight with Black, and this specific line, again, Black is solid, but you have close to zero chance of winning this kind of endgame, and I'm a little bit, a little bit sad for that, because I wanted him to have at least a chance. Now, after bishop e3, the bishops were traded. Black captured on e3, so leading to even more simplifications. And once again,
and someone in chat mentioned Hikaru is struggling to suppress his bullet urges.
No, he actually did, right? I mean, he spent a whooping 2 minutes on the move. That's too much. Right, so what happens here? Bishops traded. Black can. There is. I think there is. No, it's not here. There is something along the lines of bishop b7, bishop d5 in such positions. I wonder what white does after bishop b7, so that bishop b7, the e pawn is attacked, because bishop d5, no, bishop d5 is not a move. Maybe some knight g5.
Would you take with the bishop?
No, I thought knight takes. After bishop b7, bishop b7, bishop d5, yeah, knight takes and then bishop takes, and this has to be fine for Black.
And you can't take on e5.
You can, but it's just you take, but that's equal material, right? Black has the bishop against the knight, so I think Black is not worse.
What would you?
Yeah, what would I do? It's either knight g5, attacking the f7 for now, and after rook e7, maybe I just play f2, f3. So e4 is well protected, and the knight from g5 goes to h3. Yeah, no, not very good. But then later on f2 and d3. So just just to make sure that e pawn is not dropping right after bishop b7. Alternatively, I can play rook a1 to e1. Once again, a little bit awkward. Not the proper job for the rooks to defend pawns. So I'm doubling the rooks on the closed file. But hoping that this is kind of a temporary measure, and then later on somehow we'll be able to remaneuver the knight.
Yeah, and we're seeing quite a time deficit here as well, an hour 17 versus 36 minutes. And I liked your suggestion there of knight to g5, where you're sort of protecting the pawn on e4, as well as attacking on f7. And I'm wondering what Black would do to defend. Did you mention what Black would do? Just playing rook e7?
What Black's gonna do is apparently rook e7, right? So yeah, that's why I'm kind of easier coming on terms with knight g5. So it's not only me that making some kind of awkward moves, but Black also has to commit a move to defense, like rook e7, and maybe I won't even rush playing f3. Maybe I can play rook d1 first. That could be an idea.
Then where does the knight go after h6? Just to h3?
No, maybe back to f3 in this case, and I'm hoping for some sort of compensation. But not clear. Yeah, maybe f3. Maybe I will end up playing f3 after all. All right, so I think that's once again we'll have to interrupt. I will have to interrupt our coverage just to the reboot the studio machine, because the analysis board not working very well. So one more time, a reminder that
it might be the best.
Yeah, the reminder that it's round 5 of FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin we are talking about. Yeah, that's the first leg of Grand Prix cycle 2022, and The partners of Grand Prix, you can see it on your screen. It's Kaspersky, Algorand and FIDE Online Arena. And we will be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, and it seems that we are back. And we are back to Hikaru and Grishuk. That's the game we are kind of concentrating the most on. And maybe it makes sense after all. So first of all, Jesse, you declared that this would be very interesting, right?
I did sort of make a prediction that it would be the game of the match, so hopefully I'm right.
Yes, I think so far at least you are not wrong at all. You're not wrong at all. Well, disregarding the position on the board, which is an interesting position, the fact that Nakamura by, well, it's 1.5 hours of play, and Nakamura has 1 extra hour on the clock. So that's already a fact in itself that makes this game entertaining, right? So he has
Yeah, I
1
think
hour
that's
advantage.
when you put your game into the engine to see if you made any mistakes, there should be an element of the engine where you put the time in as well. And it sort of calculates that as a piece too.
Yeah, I should have played faster dummy, right? Something like that.
Oh no.
Imagine engine. No, but really there is such function that the engine annotates your moves, right? And it says, okay, better was this, better was that, and then it would say, okay, you played rook e8. Not a bad move, but should have done it faster.
Oh no, I would delete the engine immediately.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, a cool trick for I believe we have some viewers that are still hoping to progress in chess. A cool trick: do not check. I mean, when you felt like you won a game and you played like a genius, do not check it with the engine. I mean, it's very harmful for self-esteem.
So maybe you let it settle in a little bit.
Yeah, talking from the experience. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, talking from the experience, really. I mean, because I thought, like, I did play a few good games throughout my career, which is like, I don't know, 25 years playing chess or something. But with modern engines, I have to accept. So unless we count prearranged draws in the exchange Slav, I've never played a perfect game of chess.
Oh, wow.
No, I mean, it's only part of a joke, but you know, really, like, even the nicest games that you think, okay, you played well and everything, that there are obviously some missed opportunities if you check with strong engines. So it's a little bit sad, but one has to accept that we humans are not perfect. All right, so Nakamura's thinking. Yes. I guess if
you have anything to say about this position?
This, not really. I think we've said everything already. I want to switch to Keimer's game against Aronian.
I was about to say the last move made was a little bit crazy. I mean, it's something I saw, but I was like, no way, you can just take or check.
There's a lot of stuff happening. So first of all, they've traded on d2, and after this check, king c1, of course, was played. So
yes, you said so.
he doesn't care about. No, I was actually not happy with king c1. I was advocating, okay, let's go king e2, king f3, but apparently it was nonsense.
Yeah.
So the computer recommends king c1, and that's the move that Vincent ended up playing. Aronian goes queen c5, interestingly. Queen back to c5? Yeah, like queen back to c5, almost hinting at that black doesn't have anything better than a draw, right? I mean, after king d2, the position repeats. So white
I'm wondering if he maybe just came back to say, okay, listen, I'm threatening b5. If you go king d2, then maybe there's b5 first. Oh wait, if b5, then the bishop will move and there's no check.
Yeah, he could have. He could have gone b5. No, I think by that point Aronian was fine repeating. And you know what? I want to bring up one more line, if I may, since I've got the ability to do so. There was a strange looking knight d5 move here, which apparently wasn't working, but I just thought it was very interesting. So knight d5, Ah, no, it wasn't. Never mind. I thought I'm sacrificing the bishop and then sacrificing the knight, and I'm a brilliant player and stuff like that. Knight e3, and if you take the knight,
that
I'm
looks
coming
really
with a
good.
check, and
Yeah.
so on. Yeah, but this loses apparently. So bishop f7, king goes,
Oh dear.
and then there should be something.
There's a checkmate, knight g6 maybe.
Not really. That's what I
Oh,
thought.
but the
But
queen
after
comes
after
back.
this check, yeah,
Yeah.
there is queen h5, and it's
Maybe
still
just queen takes
still
e3.
kind of still
Yeah,
not the
but-
end.
ah,
Funny
still.
enough, still not the end. Funny
Yes.
enough, but apparently it was not working because the engine confirms on bishop d2 being the good move. And anyway, so we've reached this position: king c1, queen c5, g4 played. Very brave move, g4. So trying to force the bishop away, right? And if bishop leaves this diagonal, apparently knight d3 or something. And then g5, which seems to be out of this world at all. g5.
I cheated a little bit and I looked at the engine, and I have to admit that taking on g5 is not as good as another move that the engine found. So
The other move
apparently
being,
taking on g5.
yeah,
Do you want to
tell
take
me.
a guess?
Yeah, let's take on g5. So bishop g6.
If you
no?
take on
What else?
g5, yeah, bishop g6. But instead of queen takes g5, apparently the engine found something else.
Queen d4.
And that's the move I asked. Not queen d4, actually.
Not queen
Maybe there's
d4.
only one other move, yes.
There are two moves. Queen f3 and queen f3 and queen g3, no?
I suppose. But there's also, I suppose, a counterattack.
Ah,
I'm not sure.
Ah, you mean attack the queen? But how do you? So really, so are you trying to tell me that the engine wants to play b4? No,
The engine wants to play b4.
Seriously,
Yeah,
I don't know how this.
it's a bit strange too, I know. And chat is suggesting it. That's why after chat said, you know, maybe b4 is a good idea, then I looked at the engine and I was like, no way.
But wait,
But why?
and if I take, what's a justification? I'm losing the thread
Queen
here.
d4. To
Queen
allow the square
d4
queen
now,
d4.
and then the queen is kind of a little bit stranded, and the bishop is still hanging. Okay.
I was wondering now if maybe d6 is a plan, because then you're threatening bishop takes f7, winning the queen. And there's
Yeah.
also no check for black, unless it's a3. But
It's
I don't
a3,
really-
yeah, a3 is
No, yeah.
fine, yeah. So here, d6, yeah, d6 I'm not that scared of because I have queen a3, right, and then c takes.
Oh,
I guess that's, yeah, it could be that d6 is an idea at some point, but anyway, b4 doesn't seem to be a move for an average player.
no.
Aha, so my guess was queen d4, but apparently it doesn't lead anywhere because then you trade and you go bishop e4 and then you win the pawn back.
Oh.
It's still kind of not the end of the line, but perhaps black is okay here. Bishop d5, and I mean, if I trade, I might end up being worse because worse pawn structure, right? And I was hoping for some tactics like this, knight to d7, and then the knight is attacked. I'm threatening knight f6 check, so black has to take. I take the knight. Rook goes, you can't go to e8 because of a check once again, so rook goes to d8, I presume. But then perhaps white's initiative evaporates, right? So check here, king, you know, f8 or g7.
Maybe G,
Yeah, g7, so forcing another check, and then the knight's on h5 doing a whole lot of nothing, and black is maybe better. Maybe black's better here. So has to be careful. G5 is cool. And
it's cool, but
yeah, no, I'm wondering. It's cool, period, right? And I
okay.
wonder if B4 would be just as cool. But I wonder if Vincent's gonna find it. And yeah, remember speaking about Aronian winning or not winning the group and having difficulties like in the last round. If he wins today, though, that means he's qualified with one round to spare.
That's true. He doesn't even have to pitch tomorrow. He can just have a holiday
right.
for 2 days. Wait, what happens if there's no... Because I think there's 1 day dedicated to tie breaks. What
Yeah,
happens if there's no tie break?
we come on air and we discuss, I don't know, chess pies and stuff.
Chess pies, that's amazing. Okay, I'm excited for that. That's great.
Yeah, but I guess there won't be anything. Yeah, I mean, there is kind of established schedule for that. So if there is no tie break on a tie break day, that means it's a free day. Logically.
Okay, and players get to just rest a little bit, because I can't imagine that maybe 2 groups don't have a tie break and 2 groups do. Then those players are, I mean, 2 of them have rested and the other 2 haven't. So maybe you're sort of hoping that you do have a rest day on Friday.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it wouldn't hurt, to have a rest day, especially that you have to adjust a little from playing the round robin, a little bit weird one, but still a round robin, and then you completely switching to this knockout of 2 games.
So those of you looking for the evaluation bar, it's not exactly incredibly visible, but it's on the right-hand side of the screen.
Ah, yeah.
Really, really small lines.
We do have a very small evaluation bar, but for this particular game, it's
for that particular position.
Yeah, for this particular position, it says it's equal, and that's very often the case nowadays. So you look at the position, and you know that kind of last few moves were good according to Evgenij. And there is one more factor. You look at the position and you understand a whole lot of nothing. So you can't tell what's going on. So you can almost be sure that Evgenij thinks it's a draw or completely equal. Right? When it's like a tactical mess and you're not able to tell what's next move's going to be, then it's your typical equal position.
So there are 2 questions. Can you analyze queen takes on g5 from the previous game, Kimmer versus Aronian? And another question was, who would be commentating if it was January? And haha.
Well, that's a nice one. I wouldn't be. I don't know about you, Jesse, but
maybe I would cease to exist. I only exist 1 month out of the year, of course.
Yeah. Okay, so analyzing queen takes g5. Let's do. Queen takes g5 is a check. That will be my hot take on queen takes g5 move.
Bishop g6, that's it.
Bishop g6, I think we've mentioned, bishop g6. So I'm not quite sure what's the trick here. There is a trick. Look, I thought I don't quite understand what's going on. Why it can't take on g6 because of this check, right? Queen c4 comes with a check intermediate, and then you can take back on g6. So therefore, after queen g5, bishop g6, black has 2 threats. One of them being b5, the good old b5, and the other one being f7, f6. Right, and here I'm not sure what white's supposed to do, because if you say play queen back, I guess b5 is still very annoying. You're not losing a piece. I mean, apart from b5, you can just take back the pawn. That's another story, right? But b5, you're not losing a piece just yet, because b4 is an option. That's what I thought. But maybe you do. Queen b4 and queen c3 is a major threat. Yeah, queen c3 is annoying. Yeah, so ouch. I don't know, Jesse, you have the superpower to check the engine, because after queen g5, bishop g6, so far I don't see the way to equalize for white. So maybe you're right. Maybe after g5 he actually has to find this b4, or I don't know, go with queen d4, but not take at all. Can it be that?
Believe it or not, the best response after queen takes g5 to come back to f4. So it takes g5, bishop d6, queen f4.
Queen f4.
But even that is -1.
Ah, so that's -1. So that's what I was saying. So it means perhaps that White's better off not taking on g5 with a check at all.
Yeah, I wonder if Aronian is still in prep or whether he saw this, or maybe he saw this
No.
line before.
No,
Not
no,
in depth?
I think he found it. No, I think it's already a fresh position because he was the one to spend quite some time early on. And yeah, I don't think. I mean, it could be the analysis, but in that case, he would play it much faster, I believe. But that's that's an impressive move, this g5.
I do have a very, very important piece of information
Yeah, tell me.
about a board we're not really looking at right now, but one we saw earlier where Nakamura is playing Grishuk. Nakamura has an hour 15 minutes on the clock, and they've reached move 21. Grishuk has less than 20 minutes. He's ticking down, 19.
Yeah. I think let's check all the games one by one just to see what the positions look like, because I guess we are missing out on the B pool for sure. That's Rapport,
There are a lot we
Oparin.
haven't seen. You're right. Yes.
Yeah, Rapport, Oparin, and the other guys, Wojtaszek, Fedoseev, because there the situation is perhaps the most uncertain, right? Oparin is clear he's on -2, I believe, right? He's clearly struggling, but then Fedoseev, Wojtaszek, and potentially a Rapport if he starts to win game after game, or he needs only 2, right? All 3 of those might win the group. So here, that's Rapport with Oparin. Not much I can say, to be honest. Some typical position which happened from the Tarrasch, I believe, symmetrical Tarrasch, right? Just,
Yes.
how do you call it? QIP was the abbreviation, right? Queen's
IQP, yeah. Isolated Queen's Pawn, IQP.
IQP, whatever.
Yes.
So that's a very typical case, right? And White going knight f4. I mean, it's once again, it's very well known, but maybe for some who are new to such structures, it looks like Black can capture, right, and double White pawns, and some people would even say that, yeah, now Black has the passed pawn in the center and has to be very happy. But the reality is not that, because you can't really stop White from playing knight d4, and then, yeah, knight takes, bishop takes, and White will roll with all those kingside pawns. 4 versus 3, even though the f-pawn is doubled, still it's very unpleasant. So I think this exchange, unless you are able to play d4, which is not the case here, right? So imagine like the knight on e4 is not hanging and Black plays d4. Then it's much trickier. But you can't do that. Next move, White's going to play knight d4 and White will be better. So after knight f4, I'm actually not sure how Black is supposed to react. Maybe by not reacting. Maybe drop the bishop to b8 or something.
Not taking?
On f4? No, I'm not taking on f4.
Oh, okay. Because if the knight were to take on e6, you would take back with the pawn?
I wish I could, but yeah, like, okay, we could check it. So bishop to b8 was something I thought was possible if White captures. Like taking with the pawn is not bad if the structure remains like that, yeah? So I'm a bit worried that White might take on e4, double my pawns and go knight d2, but I have absolutely no reason to be worried, right? I just realized queen d6.
Ooh, what about knight d5?
Queen d6 wins the game, right? Queen d6 wins
I was looking
the
at knight d5 instead of knight to d2.
Is it knight d5? How's knight d5?
I mean knight d4, sorry.
Ah, knight d4. Yeah, knight d4 is possible, but I thought then you take, right?
Take with the pawn?
But then we both have kind of isolated pawns, right? You have the d pawn, I have the e-pawn, 2 e-pawns to be exact, but still kind of not too much worried because queen d6, threatening a checkmate in 1. If g3, then perhaps e3. You know, for some reason, I believe if something like that starts, usually black is very happy. It's like white's main goal, I thought, is to keep the position kind of quiet, slow, and then this is the scenario where actually white's positional advantage kind of tells. I was wrong about bishop f4, so Oparin decided to take. Bishop f4, ef4, and f7, f6 was played. Okay, f7, f6, kind of trying to block the diagonal of this bishop, but I still wonder if this position after knight d4, knight takes, bishop takes, if black is all that happy to play it. Well, perhaps, now that I'm looking at it. Once again, I'm used to look at such positions from, say, strategic and sometimes even like static approach, which is not, perhaps not correct in this particular instance. Because I know very well how white's plan works when it works. And this would be like queen e2, queen b2, solidifying everything, and then slowly rolling the pawns. But perhaps dynamically, white cannot achieve that. Maybe black always gonna have, yeah, like for instance in this position, if they swap everything on d4, I just noticed there is queen b4 move, and it's somewhat awkward for white to keep the blockade on d4. And if you move the bishop, then I don't know, some knight c3 jumps might start. So maybe it's fine for black after all. That's what he decided to do. He captured on f4, he went f6. Right, let's check the other game in this group, right? Wojtaszek against Fedoseev. Shall we?
Sounds good.
Right.
And
here.
Fedoseev is leading the pack at the moment with half a point.
No, Wojtaszek has the same. Wojtaszek, so those are those two other leaders.
Oh.
They're both on +1.
Yes.
Right? They're both on
Okay,
+1.
yes, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, it's just that maybe I see that Wojtaszek has 1 win and 3 draws, and Fedoseev has 2 wins.
But a loss, no?
And a loss, yes.
So it's that's why, Jesse, that's why we used to use this system of pluses and minuses. +1 for each, right? Just they acquired it in a different way, but the difference between wins and losses is the same. And it kind of suggests that they have the same amount of points. I was a bit excited about the game of 2 leaders, but I'm not anymore, because that's one of the most drawish lines of the Queen's Gambit ever. Black can play d4, black can, I don't know. Black can play d4.
Ask
black,
what to do, like,
what to do with
d8.
black. Yeah? But even rook d8, it's not, with this material, with this specific material, it's the isolated pawn on d5 is not a major factor, because white can't really control the d4 square enough. So black will inevitably have a chance to break with d4 and just kind of normalize the pawn structure. So the only case would be if, let's say, white is much better developed and already has a couple rooks on d-file. But then once again, we are not talking about blocking the pawn. We are talking about white just winning the pawn on the next move. So it's either white wins the pawn on d5 or black plays d4 and equalizes completely. Interestingly, though, both spent quite some time. So could it be that something is kind of something new was played? Okay, Fedoseev plays rook to d8, as you suggested, so keeping the tension for now. Not
maybe queen e2?
Not rushing with d4, d5. Bishop e2 attacking the rook. Bishop e2 attacking the rook. Rook has a chance to go to h4. He can also try to force, or not to force, but kind of quote-unquote offer, silent offer for draw by going rook e4. Rook e4, intending to play, intending to play d4 maybe. That's kind of semi-pin on the
Right.
e file, right? And then after bishop f3 to say, okay, I realize my mistake, I go back, let's make a draw, so on.
And going into the last sort of round with the round robin, equal score again, 3.
Yeah, equal score, and then once again, and if Rapport somehow wins with white, and that would be a mess in this group. So that kind of 3 players having +1. Yeah, I presume for the save, since he went rook d8, he kind of wants to try to play. But does he have? I mean, he has the ambition, but does he have kind of objective reasons to? So rook h4 would be an attempt not to repeat the moves, right? g3 and possibly keep the rook on the h file to go to h6. Well, maybe there's nothing wrong with this one because b2 is a bit hanging. d4 is still an idea, right? Sometimes black would even be a bit more comfortable in positions like that. Like,
So you think g3 is better compared to h3? Is h3...
Yeah, h3 is perfectly fine here, I believe. It's just that, the pattern itself is that you have the light square bishop. So if you want to move one of the pawns from your king, right? So you want to play g3 so that the light squares that you are weakening, you have the bishop to cover. So it's just that, kind of my natural reaction to rook h4 would be to play g3 and then go on. And I think he's done that, yeah. They've done exactly this. Rook h4, g3, rook h6. And then, well, still not sure what to do for Wojtaszek. Can do queen d4, but queen d4 is something you're not necessarily happy with, because now it simplifies the issue, right? Black can play knight b3, white's forced to go rook d1, and yeah, it's probably still within kind of equality, but it might be the case where black starts having some intentions to play for other result than a draw after rook c6.
That does look uncomfortable.
Yeah. So I believe white's position is perfectly fine, but he needs to play a couple of precise moves. We'll see. Fedoshev is one of those kind of ambitious, aggressive guys that he can try to play for a win, even without having sort of too much of a reason to do so. It depends, some people, it's once again, it's an attitude to the game. So you're playing with black, and originally you think, I need to equalize, right? But then you have the equal position on the board. And then it depends on your personality, on your risk tolerance, and so on. Because some people would just say, okay, so I've done my job. Let's make sure that the draw is guaranteed and so on. And some people get ambitious, kind of getting the appetite during the process, right? So, okay, I've equalized, that means I'm progressing, and let's try to push for a win because, yeah, the tendency is kind of good, right? I've already equalized.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Okay, so I mean, anyway, here it doesn't seem to be all that exciting. I mean, both games are kind of kept quiet. This one somewhat simplified with the other game, many more pieces on the board, but still like no major things happening. Can we try to find something really sharp? Is there anything really sharp, Jesse? Aronian's game sharp. That much we know, right? G4, G5, the queen's hanging. Yeah, Aronian's game is sharp. And okay, we are back to Aronian. B4 was played. Incredible. They I don't want to say they are cheating because some people might think that that I mean it. Obviously, I'm joking. Yeah, but impressive. So apparently G5 was a very good move according to machine, and b4 was the best move for white, and b4 was found by
He did
Winston.
spend a lot of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time on that move. Let me check quickly. He spent 23 minutes thinking. So of course, to find b4 is quite a feat, and it would have taken a lot of time. So there you go.
Yeah. Okay. So now, that's a dangerous ground when we started asking the engine, and the position is as sharp, as complex as this one. I don't know where to stop, because now I have difficulty suggesting the move, because I know that there is kind of a mathematical solution to this position, and we are within a one button push from knowing it. But let's imagine I'm a mere mortal who is trying to find the move here. What do I do? The bishop is hanging. I think bishop g6 is the first thing I want to do. I would probably look at the likes of c5, something like that, something crazy, just trying to, to attack. To attack my opponent's queen. Yeah, that's kind of to attack my opponent's queen. But then queen b2, and I'm not very happy. I'm not sure if I'm very happy about this endgame. Or maybe it's not the endgame just yet. Maybe the line goes on. Just go here, attacking the rook and the pawn on d5. And if I trade, then maybe I'm running somewhere into the pin on the c file, right? So maybe I'm not trading the bishop e4, but going rook d1. It's so complex. Once again, it's so complex. It looked like, from a camera view, it looked like a knight g6. Yeah, this is Levon. I mean, this is typical Levon.
I don't understand.
An intermediate move. So he says, okay, you've played, so basically what we see here after g4, it's just kind of an exchange with intermediate moves. So black says, okay, you expecting me to move the bishop, but no, I'll go g5, right? And then white says, now you expect me to react to your pawn attacking my queen, but no, I'll throw in an intermediate move of myself, a little intermezzo, so b4 is played. Queen takes, queen d4, and now yet another intermediate move, which is knight g6. So if you capture my bishop, I take on e5, right? Queen takes e5, queen c4 check. And once again, in this case, apparently it's black who is, who seems to have better chances, because after king d2, I just play rook d8, or maybe even rook e8, right? Well, perhaps rook d8 is stronger. Rook d8, yeah, d5, I'm not able to protect. So one more time, what do we do after knight g6? Maybe queen, maybe bishop b3. Maybe bishop b3. Maybe moving the other hand, I can try to move the knight away, right? Like knight f3, it doesn't feel well. No, it doesn't feel well. Maybe I do this then. Bishop
b3, queen takes
b3.
queen.
Queen takes queen, pawn takes queen.
Pawn takes knight takes knight.
You want to swap
I don't know
everything?
if knight takes knight, just to take on g4.
Yeah, but rook g1 at the end, right? So first of all, bishop takes g4 only wins a pawn. So I would argue that white still kind of has, with such a center, white still has the compensation, even if I'm kind of forced to play just king b2 and so on. But I think after rook g1, I win the pawn back. And yeah, say bishop f5, check, bishop g6. Maybe I don't need it. Maybe I had to go king h8 and then move the bishop somewhere else. It's very tricky. Honestly, it's very tricky. This particular one does look to me as being better for white. Yeah, that's the one. So maybe you do something else. Maybe you can trade on e5, you're right, Jesse, and then just go bishop g6 and say, yeah, you have a beautiful center, but it's about to kind of fall apart. Rook e8, king g7, rook e7 double, maybe, yeah. So it's sometimes they call it overextension, if I'm not mistaken, right? When you push pawns too far and you cannot back it up with the pieces. So sometimes that's one of the kind of strategic motifs in the game. Yeah, so you provoke, like for instance, the clear example of it would be the Alekhine defense, where black jumps, tangos with his knight, right, kind of promoting more and more pawn pushes. And then if white's not careful, at some point, the far advanced center falls apart, you have to trade your pawns, and then it means you're kind of losing, in retrospect, you're losing all the tempi you have won by moving the pawns, right? Because who cares, you've played 3 moves with this pawn, and then you have to trade for the pawn which moves only once. So it's kind of, you're losing the tempi, you're losing, well, some sort of energy in your position. When you spend too much time and then you end up, you probably know it's not only chess-wise, but also kind of feeling-wise. But when you spend a lot of time with the piece, like moving it, reaching some square, and then you end up trading for something, and this piece is no longer there, it feels like something went wrong. I spent so much effort, like getting my knight, a white knight on d6, let's say, right? So spent 4 moves, and then I have to trade for the stupid bishop or something.
So you will not believe the crazy move that the engine suggests in this position.
After knight g6.
After knight g6.
So what's the crazy move?
Knight takes f7.
Knight takes f7. Oh. What is that? So I take with the rook.
No idea.
I take with the... but that's fine. Yeah, okay. Black's bishop is hanging. Okay, so that makes sense.
Taking the bishop.
So we just take the bishop. Yeah, okay. That's fair enough. And then if I take on f5, there is d6 actually. And black goes king. And black goes king f8, believe it or not. But I probably don't take on f5, right? If knight f7, rook f7 happens, you take the bishop. I probably go knight e5 here.
Knight e5.
Yeah, and then you take.
Bishop
and
b3.
I take on bishop b3. Not taking after knight. Bishop b3. Yeah. And I'm in trouble then. Yeah, bishop b3. Because after the queens are traded, if I move the knight, you have d6. Is Aronian playing with fire a little bit? Would be my question.
Isn't he always?
No, seriously, I thought... No, he's in kind of a double-edged situation, even though he has a comfortable lead, right? But on one hand, you want to be solid. On the other, you understand that if you beat a clear underdog in this group, pardon Vincent, but that's, I mean, one can check the results. So far, it was like that, right? So if you can beat the clear underdog, you're kind of won, you've qualified already. So for Aronian, it's of course a tempting thing to try to mess up with the position, to complicate it, right, and hope for the opponent to play it wrong. But sometimes, and oftentimes I have to say, as someone who played a lot of open tournaments, right, oftentimes it backfires when you try to play for a win against low-rated opponent, no matter what. When you think, and sometimes, I don't think it's Aronian's case. Okay, those are top players, very experienced players we are talking about. But sometimes I remember finding myself kind of rejecting any line. I'm playing, once again, the scenario is pretty much the same. I'm playing the guy who's lower rated and I want to win, and with black, and I find myself rejecting all the drawish lines. So I'm looking at the position, calculating the line. Oh, okay, it's kind of an equal in the end, so he will make a draw. I don't like it. Yeah. And by doing so,
every time you say you find yourself, dot dot dot. I mean, I'm thinking of the Beatles song "Let It Be," where it goes like, "When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary."
Yeah, but that comes next, Jesse. When you lose the objectivity, right? You find yourself in a Beatles song because, yeah, when you're playing with black and you are not satisfied with any continuation that leads to an equal position, you end up in a bad position with your ambitions to win no matter what. And that's, that had been quite a common occurrence, at least in my practice. But I think knight g6
wondering
fine,
in chat. No, sorry. Someone just mentioned in chat if Rapid and Operan have played already, and their first game was a draw. They have played, so this is their second game. Okay, please continue.
Yeah, no, but that was it. That was it. That was the end of my little rant, and now we are waiting for Vincent to play his next move.
And there's some requests to see Vidit's game as well. Against Daniel Dubov.
Is he playing?
And a move was just made.
Is he playing?
Vidit.
Vidit. Yes, he does.
He is playing in this tournament, yes.
Surprise, surprise.
Yes.
Surprise, surprise. Yeah.
So after 26 minutes, Daniel Dubov has 47 minutes on the clock, and Vidit has 27.
After 26 moves, you mean? Yeah, so it's black to play his move number 26. It's important so that we are sure we have the same position that we are talking about. Because today it was this kind of a special day where not everything working as planned. I still like Dubov's position. Somehow it feels that, he's got what he wanted to get.
When we are ready to take a look at the game, it looks like Vincent made a move.
Vincent made the move.
Camera.
Vincent made the move. He has played Bishop B3. We can look at. But that's what I've done, right?
That was your suggestion.
Start of our line, but I just realized that there is also a check from A3 here, to which, by the way, you can still answer Queen B2. I mean, it is complicated. What can I say? I mean, it is quite complicated.
And also jumping back, I'm looking at the other games. Nakamura's in a deep think. He's been thinking for 20 minutes.
And still has 40 minutes more than Grishuk, right?
Yeah, he has Grishuk has 14 minutes and Nakamura has 55 minutes.
Yeah,
so that's funny. Yeah, but can we take a look at the next game in Group C, please? Daniel Dubov versus Vidit.
I wonder if I can.
There we go. We have it on the board. Very nice with the live position too. Some rainbow magic on screen, guys.
And we are once again back to Aronian. There are certainly games that we did not see at all today, right?
Yes, they are in Group D, I think.
In Group D,
we haven't seen any games.
We haven't. No, we've seen Shirov's Berlin, but we didn't check. We didn't check the other thing. But what's with Hare Krishna and Dominguez? That's some Sicilian.
Ooh, we had a C3 Sicilian.
Yeah, which kind of Sicilian turned Caracan, right? Because when I see this Bishop on F5, Pawn on E6, I'm thinking of advanced variation of Caracan, but it was indeed the C3 Sicilian.
Yes.
And a very, very original play, very original play in the opening. So what's now Lenier's last move from the live position being H7, H5. If I got it
so
right.
We have this position. All right. I do have a question from chat. I would love to hear your answer as well, Miro. Which openings should one learn if he wants to play just based on understanding of structures and general plans and not memorizing lifeless lines? I'm assuming by lifeless lines you mean systems that don't really help your improvement but rather just solidify your opening structure, I guess. But what will help you understand chess a little bit better in terms of openings?
Honestly, I thought liveless lines means that you can't navigate those lines yourself. So, like, for instance, My favorite example would be this bishop g5 Najdorf lines, where especially with black, if you do not memorize it, you might as well resign. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the sad truth nowadays is that you will still have to memorize lines. Yeah, but
Yeah.
try to play once again. Try not to be too original, because interestingly enough, the richest in structures, right, the richest in sort of strategic content are the symmetrical openings. So after e4, one has to play e5 and then go for the Ruy Lopez, and then you may have all the variety of chess structures in one opening, right? And then after d4, d5 and Queen's Gambit, it's all about. Yeah, there will be forced line, but after all, it's all about understanding, right?
Sorry, I just read the lyrics. So
Yeah.
someone edited the lyrics of Let It Be. So it says, when I find myself in great time trouble, Sasha Grishuk comes to me, whispering words of comfort, increment.
No, that ain't bad. Yeah. So we have some poets in the chat.
That was brilliant. Wow.
Right. All right. So I think I don't have, honestly, don't have that much to say about Hare Krishna and Dominguez. I mean, this game, this current position. So let's let it be for now.
Yes.
let them shape it up so that there will be some conflict on the board, and we'll figure out what to do next. Yeah.
I agree.
Well.
Yeah, so those of you wondering who's on camera right now, it's Dominguez Perez. How do you pronounce his first name, if I may ask? Lenya?
Lenya. I mean, I'm not sure
Lenya.
because I'm saying it like Lenya, not reading the R, right? But since he's Cuban, it must as well. I mean, it might as well be that it's voiced R, and it has to be Lenier Dominguez. Yeah.
Lenier.
So, Lenier. Yeah. I mean, I have no clue. So for some reason,
Okay.
I'm not sure how it's properly pronounced. Ooh. So one more time, the live board is a dead board because the black's h pawn is already on h4. So
Right.
h5, white has done something, and that something was rook to c1. Yeah, h4, queen f3. Okay, makes sense. Jesse, we are 2 hours and 20 minutes into the round, and not only we don't have a single result, but also it's hard to claim that. Okay, I know, for instance, remember there were rounds when I was claiming after an hour of play. Okay, I know they will trade all the pieces. It's all symmetrical. They will make a draw. Now I don't really have any idea which game's gonna finish first. So that's a tense round. So people realize it's not that many games left. It's time to play chess, right?
Yeah, indeed. And I know that usually if you're still thinking, I mean, if players on move 20 after 2 hours, that time trouble is definitely going to hit them soon, because I believe it's upon the 3rd hour that time trouble starts hitting. I can't remember what we were facing in the past.
Yeah, I mean, like when 3 hours of play are kind of finished, it's very often that one side is in a time trouble, or you can have Grishuk, and then pretty much in 10 minutes we might say, okay, Grishuk's in time trouble. This one, Dubov and Vidit, actually, that's a very sharp position, I believe.
The bishop on h6 and the knight is on e5.
Yeah, white's quite quite aggressive. Plus this c pawn, right? So some c6 is like c6, bishop a6.
Yep.
Once again, black is solid. Black has a very nice outpost for the knight on d5, right? So if black manages to avoid getting checkmated, I think he might be better at some point. But now, for the time being, it looks very scary. Honestly, it looks very scary. So just kind of always feel like there should be something for white. There should be something for white. When the bishop is on h6, where every single check feels like a checkmate, right? Imagine I'm getting the queen on the last rank, it's a checkmate. Imagine, I don't know, the bishop and knight disappear, I get the knight on f6 with white, it's a checkmate, or almost, right? So it does look uncomfortable, it does feel uncomfortable with the king on g8. c6, so we continue...
I like c6, yeah.
We continue the first line, and I was told, as soon as I've mentioned that, yeah, we have no idea which game is going to finish, we have a first result. It's Wojtaszek and Fedoseev, and I believe they've made the draw. I can't imagine myself any other result that quickly. So apparently they've agreed the draw. Yeah, could you please double check it, Jesse, so that we are not lying to our audience live? But I was just informed that...
there is a draw.
Yeah, it is a draw. Which kind of keeps the status quo between the two. They're both on +1, and now if Raport beats Aparin, there will be three-way tie going to the last round. But that'll be a really, really exciting group to watch. So c6, in Dubov's game, black had no other choice but to capture this pawn. Now Dubov, well, I'm not even sure what his plan is. Will he capture the bishop on c6, bishop on a6? We are switched to Oparin and Raport. Yeah, well, perhaps makes sense since we know that the other game finished in a draw. We can check this one, but there's not much to check here for now, at least. So the structure is the same. Remember, few moves ago, I was talking about black not being interested in capturing the knight on f4, and Oparin kind of decided that he wants to. He's done it.
And
so I believe...
sorry, we were looking at Dubov now. I'm not sure which game we're looking at now.
Raport. So that's the second game from the B pool, right? So we have the first result. Yes. We will have the interview with Wojtaszek.
Radek Wojtaszek and Vladimir Fedoseev. The game is ended in a draw. Or Radek, could you give us a small, quick rundown of how you saw the game, in your opinion?
Yeah, actually, I didn't really expect the line which was played, this knight d7, so I decided that if it will happen, I will just go a3, which is like, it's less playable, but also very safe line. So I didn't really expect much, but I thought when I got this structure knight against bishop, then I thought at first that I might be slightly better, but then I blundered rook c4. I mean, blundered is maybe a strong word, but I didn't see that. And after rook c4, I actually thought that I might be a little bit worse unless I will find some good moves, and I didn't really want to play this move which I played, which is bishop f3 and queen back, and everything is going back. But I didn't see how black can progress in that, and okay, what happened was that we just exchanged almost everything, and yeah, that was it.
Okay. Vladimir, it seems you surprised your opponent with your opening choice. You had an isolated queen's pawn, but a good activity for the position. Were you content with your position after the opening?
Yeah, actually this line just very safe for white, and it's required black to play some accurate moves. I was a bit afraid of playing like this, but okay, I cannot change my plans. And Radoslav went to this line with a3, and then I think I just remembered till rook c8, and we got this position with knight against bishop very naturally, and I guess this position is is not clear to evaluate, and in some cases black also can get a good active game here.
So I'm checking very quickly, but I can't find it. Which one of you is playing Rapport tomorrow? I am. So now there could possibly be, depending on the last result, obviously, a three-way tie going to the last round. How do you assess your possibilities in the last round if that situation occurs?
1/3, I guess, then, no? Because like all of us will have the same amount of score, and yeah, we will see. I mean, it's very unclear, of course, but I think it's also simply interesting for everyone to see.
Last question for Vladimir. You actually suggested the other day that a tie in the last round could easily be possible, and that are you confident in the tiebreak if that occurs?
Funny question.
I have to ask.
In any case, I'm confident. Okay, so let's see what will happen tomorrow, and let's see what will happen in the last game in our pool, when Richie should try to beat Grigori with white.
Okay, good luck for both of you for the last game. Thank you.
Could you please tell us briefly, how did you spend your rest day?
We just enjoyed our rest day, and most of the time I did absolutely nothing yesterday, and that was much better than during the tournament. And also we played a lot of training games and before this important rounds. Okay.
You are a very romantic player on the board. Are you a romantic person yourself in life as you are on the chessboard?
I don't know. It's better to readdress this question to my wife, I guess.
Will do. What is the most annoying part in being in a relationship with a professional chess player?
Maybe because professional chess players do not going often from home, and normally women do not like to see men at home that much, I guess.
Okay. We already discussed it yesterday, but that interview will be released later. Are you planning to fist pump in
No.
this tournament?
No. Anyway, no.
Okay. Yesterday, Yury Lvovich Averbach turned 100 years old. Do you have some memories to share with us with him?
I only had met him a couple of times, and I can say that I had no chance to speak with him. But in 2013, as I remember, we was both part of one meeting in Moscow, where he just gave lecture, and I played simul with chess lovers. So it's my only experience to meet him, and also I maybe meet him a lot in Central Chess Club in Moscow, because he used to went for many activity there.
And the last question for today. Tomorrow is the final round of the first part of this tournament. How are you going to get into the mood for this final game?
Okay, game is a game. So we'll see what we will do and what will happen. I don't know. I don't expect anything, but okay. Anyway, it will be a good fight.
All right. Well, this is what I wish you, and see you tomorrow.
See you.
Okay, welcome back everybody, welcome back to round 5 of Berlin Grand Prix. So, first result which clarifies absolutely nothing in Pool B, right? So two leaders made a draw. Last day, tomorrow will be decisive, and possibly if Rapport wins against Oparin, there will be three-way tie going to the last day. And on our screen is none else than the leader of Group A, Hikaru Nakamura, in his game against Alexander Grishuk, who is chilling, who is not at the board, having less than 15 minutes for almost 20 moves. He's simply not at the board.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, maybe the position is just...
Maybe he's giving himself a pep talk in the mirror, just, you know, play faster, play faster.
Yeah. All right, so Grishuk, well, did achieve something. At least the bishop is no longer on h8, right? So it can't be that easily blocked, this bishop. White still has, apart from the time advantage, has a huge space advantage, right? Mm-hmm. But very often it happens in the King's Indian that you don't really care, as black, you don't really care how much space your opponent has, as long as you have kind of squares for all of your pieces, right? So the knight on c5 is good, the bishop on e7, well, not ideal, but maybe will find its place later. Then one more thing, black might hope for some sort of a fortress. Imagine, okay, now it's white to move, but white just, I don't know, trades and does something, starts doubling the rooks on the b file. The sort of fortress I'm talking about is black playing f7, f6. Then g5 is met with f5. Well, if I'm perfectly honest, f6 is not a great move because f4. But if, let's say, if you continue your plan with rook b1, so this would be my idea for fortress. Black goes g5, blocks everything on the king side, and then, yeah, he's worse on the queen side, but, you know, when it's only one open file, when you have limited weaknesses, maybe you'd be able to guard everything.
The bishops are doing a good job at keeping the rooks out, but my main worry is that dark squared bishop. It does look like a fancy pawn.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we'll see. We'll see what first of all what Nakamura's decision is going to be, because quite possibly he will prefer to keep the knights on the board, like by going, don't know, knight b4 or something. There is also an argument, and especially if, say, the change in the structure that I was describing, if it's done in a little bit different way. So let's say white doesn't really capture on c5. Let me just waste a couple of tempi with white. I mean, perhaps he will find better stuff to do, but just to show that if f6 and g5 is already played, so this change to the structure happened, that white might make an argument for trading the bishop on c5, not the knight. Kind of take on c5 with the bishop, and if the same thing happens, then you move the knight away, right? You're hoping to swap the light square bishops, and eventually this knight via h1, g3 lands on f5. And that, of course, would be a huge achievement, right? So
it makes sense when the pawn structure is so static and it's the position sort of blocked, that you prefer the knight to the bishop. That's really smart.
Yeah.
I like that idea, but it looks like he opted to give the knight.
Did he? No, no. He actually. We have a on the live board. There's
This
a
is
live
the
board.
live.
Yeah, live board.
Yeah.
I mean, the live board on our right is a little bit behind. Yeah, the knight's still on f2, and we already know that
right.
knight d3 happened. Black replied with b6, and knight takes c5, bc5 is already on the board. Yeah, knight takes c5, bc5 is already on the board. Well, it will be a pity if with all the attention we are paying to this game, it will end up being sort of anticlimactic. If say, Nakamura will keep pressing slightly and Grishuk will keep defending patiently, and there won't be a real time trouble because at some point Sasha will speed up, and then they will end up trading everything on the B file and agreeing a draw, and that would be...
That's true. I think the time difference at some point was an hour, and now it's only, what, 28 minutes?
28 minutes, yeah, Grishuk sped up, obviously. Yeah, so I won't be shocked if, let's say, the big fight kind of will never happen in this game.
Darn it, we keep jinxing it.
F4, okay, this is the kind of a big fight I was talking about. F4 is very serious. F4 is very serious because now you will have to answer some questions with black. You can't just make a move not paying attention to this, to this pawn tension in a sense. So if you capture on f4 and bishop f4 happens, it's all about control on the e5 on the e5 square, right? And
King safety, perhaps.
Yeah, but I mean mainly like if white makes sure that you can't put the piece on e5, then white's better, right? So in this regard, it's very important that the knights are off already. Just in terms of a structure, imagine imagine white plays f4 immediately. Let's say takes with the knight. Oh, just for educational purpose.
Yeah, not even the e4 pawn was...
Yeah, e4 pawn is hanging,
Yeah.
What I want to say, if you have such structure, so e5 is of course the square you want your knight to be on. So it blocks the e-pawn, it guards like surroundings of your king position, so e5 is a good square, right? Knights are not on the board anymore, so white decides to go for f4. And playing f7, f6 here is an option, but sort of a bit scary one, because white has a few ways of getting like a huge position, huge space advantage. So f5 is one of them, right? f5. Maybe black survives.
Do you think maybe taking on e5?
Yeah, taking on e5
the rooks
is...
are not connected.
Yeah. Taking on f5, taking on f8. I don't know if the king or the bishop maybe takes. Yeah. Then you have this as well. So it's seizing a lot of space. Queen d7 is a quirky move.
That looks
Threatening
dangerous.
queen h3, right? So maybe that's not the case. And ultimately, g5 break is also like something to consider. g5, and the point being that if you take g5, I take e5, right? Sacrificing the pawn temporarily, but then hoping to win it back. No, I think Alexander will take, and that's what he has already done. Yeah, he captured on f4. Rook f4, interestingly, is an alternative to the natural bishop f4. Because after bishop f4, what somewhat bothers me is bishop to f6 move. Once again, controlling e5 and planning to play queen e7 and bishop e5, and as I said, kind of get the piece on e5 and make sure to always capture with the piece. Like for instance, after bishop g3, that's kind of highlights the difference. If you play bishop e5 immediately, white trades, he gets passed pawn, right? I don't think he has to rush with d6, gets the passed pawn, and also he gets the f6 square for his pieces. So after rook f6, and followed with other rook to f1, queen to g5. White is very close to winning because he has like amassed all the positional advantages that are available in this game, like the passed pawn.
Yeah.
After the exchange of the dark square bishops, in fact, h6 pawn makes a lot of sense, right? Because the moment I'm getting the queen to f6, I just win the game. All right, so,
And
so
I see the clocks have just adjusted, but I don't think they're accurate. There's 37 minutes for Nakamura and 8 minutes for Grishuk, not 14. And there's a nice, interesting comment, F4, exclam, Grishuk must have hated it. I guess he really wanted to stabilize his position or probably simplify. But now he has to react
yeah,
with 8 minutes on the clock.
absolutely, yeah. Well, the Naka, if anything, he is a very, very experienced practical player, right? And that's, I believe, you know, some people would argue like playing tons of blitz on internet is not very useful when it comes to classical chess. But if it, I mean, it obviously kind of trains your brain muscle, but there is more to that. It helps you to feel those critical moments very well, because you just you have a huge sample size of games you've played, right? And here it doesn't matter the time control. So he goes for a break. I mean, first of all, maybe it's just an objectively good move, and then there is no discussion. But even if it's kind of one of the many, I like the timing he goes for this break, right? So that Grishuk, he will spend these minutes that he has left, he'll spend right now looking for the best reaction. And let's assume he finds it, but he will spend like nearly all the time on the next 5 moves, and next 10 moves he still will be able to play, will be forced to play on increment, which is not an easy thing to do in this sharp position. So after bishop f6, I presume bishop g3 isn't a bad move. And wait a second, why do I play bishop g3 if I can actually play g5? If I can actually play g5. Yeah, and then perhaps black has to play on h8. I know we don't like it. We don't like it all that much, but perhaps he has to play on h8 because bishop e5 is still bad. For the same reason, I trade go bishop f6, and if bishop e7, then same kind of bishop to g3.
But then we have queen d7 again.
Queen d7, yeah, I have to remember this threat, yeah. Particularly,
I was thinking of putting the queen on the 3rd rank to stop this.
Yeah, you're right. In fact, bishop g3 would be a terrible mistake. Yeah, queen e3, queen g3. Doubling against the d6 pawn like that on the diagonal. Yeah, so queen e3, and then let's continue with queen g3. So Grishuk has played bishop d7. So he does not have this plan of trying to stop, trying to control e5. So he decides that it's more important to connect the rooks, maybe to go rook b8 and try to decrease the attacking potential with some exchanges. Yeah, makes sense, but at the same time, you know, if bishop f6 doesn't work, and apparently it doesn't, otherwise it would have been played, that means the position is already not that great. So sometimes it's, you know, it's a little bit, how to say, scientific thing, maybe not related to the practical game. But sometimes you kind of quote-unquote know that in this structure, in this type of positions, you have to be able to do that and that on time, otherwise the position is not very good. So bishop d7, yeah, we'll see how this plays out. Just notice that there is also c4 opening the long diagonal and hoping to play queen c3. Maybe not immediately once again, but as the, you know, as an idea. At some point, just play c4 and with the intention to play queen c3.
Ooh, I like that. So maybe c4, g5, and then going like queen c3 or queen b2.
Yeah, but maybe once again it's not clear where we start, because if c4 now, then he might be back to bishop f6 and he gets additional square on d4, right? Like after bishop g3, he'll be able to put the bishop on d4. So maybe once again, since bishop went to d7, there is no more this queen d7 motif, and maybe white can play g5 first, and then as we agreed, c4 and try to play queen c3. I think Rusyk might be in a bit of a trouble, and especially combined with a lack of time.
Oh, I thought that was the only trouble you were referring to.
No, I mean the position.
Yeah, on the board.
I wouldn't be very happy. Once again, it's especially considering the opening, you do not play the King's Indian to be under attack. You play the King's Indian to actually attack, right? And black is nowhere near attacking the white king now.
Okay. Even though it does seem as though black's king is safer, white's king is the one that doesn't really have any threats on it at the moment, even though it's out in the open. I mean, that he has all the windows open, he can breathe pretty well.
Yeah, but that's very common once again. So you gain a lot of space, and well, it does feel like your king is the one that is more open, right? But you kind of have the ability to move the pieces freely because you have such a lot of space, and then you'd be able to defend the king with the pieces. So other game in this group, Bakro and Yesipenko. I wonder what's the time situation there, because they've played this line. Remember, they've reached the end game very quickly, Bakro and Yesipenko.
That's true.
But
I can tell you, Bakro has 14 minutes and Yesipenko has 24 minutes.
Yeah, I see it now. So what I was saying, that they've reached this position very quickly, but then kind of, just stopped making moves. Just stopped making moves. I wonder what's going on after Bakro's last move, c2, c3. So now one could argue that white did something wrong, kind of putting all the pawns on the light squares. But black has to react right here, right now. The knight on c5, the bishop on c6, potentially being targets, right? So, for instance, I mean, it's a silly explanation, but like if black takes after rook c3, right? I mean, two of your pieces are on this c file, and therefore, for instance, yes, rook b8 is also not a great move, I believe, because I just take, and then if rook takes one more time, rook c3, you attack my knight, but I take on c5, then take on c6, steal a piece up. So black really needs to find a good move here. Well, maybe he cannot keep the structure. Maybe he will have to capture on b4 with the pawn, and accept the fact that a4 will be a passed pawn. Yeah, bishop to e8. So he decides to keep the knight on the c5, but remove the bishop. So after bishop e8, let's say white takes over there, and alrighty, it's not that easy, because honestly I wanted to play rook c1 first. I wanted to say, okay, there is a rook c1.
Apparently there was a tactic. Apparently there was a tactic that we missed, that in that position, right, if knight takes a4, I don't know why.
Knight a4, yeah, I even looked at it, wow. They both missed, not only us who missed the tactic, but also they both missed. Because I look, well, sometimes I can't explain where it comes from, but intuitively I felt, I was looking at the queen side, but I checked knight b3, not knight a4. Like knight b3, bishop a4. Apparently it doesn't work, right? And I stopped. And knight a4, instead, you're telling me that knight a4 was working, right? Knight a4, ba4, bishop a4, and if rook a1, I wonder what happened. And he takes, and he goes b3. That's crazy. If it works, b3. So that's
maybe
kind
that
of
was a bit deep.
Slowish, but
maybe they saw this and just not to the end.
And maybe kind of you don't believe such things. Sometimes it happens, yeah. And then c4, c4, and you are saying, yeah, you'll go b3, I'll put the rook behind the pass pawn, and then perhaps rook b8. Whoa, that's impressive.
That's interesting.
Anyway,
Okay,
so
one,
he
B2.
he kind of missed this. He kind of missed this idea. Okay. So king e1 and bishop f7. All right. So b3 somewhat hanging.
So there was that small chance. I wonder if you'll see that in his analysis later and really kick himself.
Oh, well, obviously he will see, computer will tell him, you know, quickly, as soon as you will press the button. So that's what I'm saying. So if you think you won a nice game, or maybe played a nice game and made the draw, it's better not to analyze.
Oh, yes. You leave it for after the tournament.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
you just analyze the opening part and then you leave the rest.
Yeah, no, but seriously, during the tournament,
This actually triggers quite a question, if I may ask.
Yeah, sure.
So when you're competing in tournaments or maybe something really serious and you have a goal, of course, do you switch off all your social media? Do you make sure that only maybe the trainer you're working with or your second can reach you? What about family members? I know some local players. Well, actually, there was one player who came up to me and said to me, never let your girlfriend call you right before your game. And I was like, well, why? And he said, no, she'll go on and on about something and just distract you completely from your game. And then you'll misperform. You won't perform as well. Just switch your phone off. And I was like, oh, goodness me. So what is your thought on that?
Well, honestly, at the time that I was kind of at my peak and was very serious about, you know, my chess, so to speak, there was no social media, or there was, but it wasn't as big, as serious as it is right now. Yeah, so it wasn't that much of an issue. Okay, you have to step up from Facebook for a couple of weeks. Okay, no problem. So now, of course, it's kind of infiltrated in everyday life that's pretty hard. So I don't have the recipe. Yeah, perhaps it once again depends on the personality. For some people, like for instance, this tweeting of Anish Giri, right? I mean, which he used to do a lot. Yeah, absolutely. So for some people, maybe they kind of feed on the energy of the crowd. Yeah, for the others, it's more, the most important thing is to concentrate, and then you don't really want any sources of outside information. So that's very
that
individual.
Addiction to dopamine.
That's very individual, I believe. Yeah. Okay, Instagram is harmful. I mean, you go on Instagram,
harmful?
you see, of course. I mean, you see people posting, you know, fake pictures of beautiful life, and then you get depressed because you don't have. I mean, you didn't eat such a beautiful. You haven't had such a beautiful coffee, and so on and so on. And you understand your life sucks, which is you know, it's some sort of augmented reality. So it's not only during the tournament, but in general, yeah. And answering the question, which is not asked yet, I do have an Instagram.
Go follow him on Instagram, everyone.
Okay.
That was great. Good content there, Miro.
Yeah, okay. So, what do we say about that? Maybe my original idea of white being slightly better and so on was completely rubbish. And yeah, maybe you know what? Maybe the fact that the b3 pawn is such a weak pawn, maybe it fully compensates for what? What again? It was supposed to compensate for? No, I thought after.
I remember. Wasn't that a different game?
No, it was the I mean, we had just switched. We had just switched to Dominguez and Hare Krishna. No, we were looking at Bakro. I mean, this end game that, remember, we were discussing this knight a4 sacrifice and so on. Okay, Dominguez. So let it be Dominguez. Let it be Dominguez. Let me find Dominguez's game against Hare. That's the game that I stated pretty much that I understand absolutely nothing, and I prefer to stick to this professional evaluation. I still, yeah, I understand absolutely nothing still. Current position is, once again, it's advanced a bit further, a3. Yeah, I think the one that we have as the live board had seen a couple of moves. So a3 was played, bishop went to a5, and then a4.
Well, my evaluation of this position is whatever the eval bar can tell me, and somehow the eval bar likes black ever so slightly.
Likes black. That's, once again, that's quite interesting.
That's only based off the next move that black can play, which is bishop d8, and that too just means nothing. I don't know.
Well, bishop d8 is, believe it or not, but that was the move I was thinking about. Black's problem, kind of problem, I don't know if black has any problem at all, but if any, there's a problem of connecting the rooks, right? Because castling short means that you lose the h4 pawn, and therefore perhaps bishop d8 to trade, you know, bishop d8.
This explanation is actually really helping me.
White takes and...
You take with the queen, or? Oh. Well, then, will the king get there? Is it safe side?
Anyway, bishop d8 was played, and honestly, by that point, I don't know what's going on. It seems that we have sound issues. It seems that, yeah, Jesse perhaps cannot hear me.
It's alright, I can hear you now.
You can hear me now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
sure.
Okay, perfect. Now I'm happy. Sorry, I was busy speaking and I wasn't sure why you weren't responding, and I looked at your camera and you were speaking as well, so I was very confused. But you were going on about how the king can go to the queen side, and I pretty much asked what happens if the idea of like knight b5 were to happen, but I see a6 is on the board as well.
Yeah, so he started by going a6 first.
Yeah.
And after rook f to d1, he eventually has played this bishop d8.
Okay,
So I'm
so
not
it makes sense now that maybe he wants to.
Yeah, I'm not insisting on king d8, king c7 being such a great idea, but that's one of the ways to kind of solve the issue with the king, where the king's gonna be. Maybe you don't play king c7 into the pin or you know, or discovered attack, but first lift the rook to c6 and then go king c8, king b8. Maybe something like that. But, you know, once again, with pawn being already on h4, one might think, what if I, at some point, what if I play g5, g4, you know, start an attack on the white king? But before that, I want my king not to be in the center, be somewhat more secure. And then this is how you arrive to this conclusion that maybe if bishops are traded the way I'm trading those on d8, then maybe black captures with the king.
Yeah. Chad says Miro loves that mute button. No, it is not his fault.
No, I'm not touching anything. Yeah, I'm dumb on you know, on technical side of things. Just not touching anything, but apparently something's happening. So okay, 3 hours.
Yeah, so we do have a live position. Yep, by all means.
Not king d8 yet. I think the bishop's on
I
d8
think queen.
currently.
The queen
Bishop,
took.
bishop captured and queen. Okay, queen captures makes sense. So now it's going to be a bit different. It would be perhaps queen g5 from black and then castle short. And you know, the more I look at it, the more I understand that apparently black is better. Apparently black is better.
What makes you say that?
Well, more space, bishop against the knight, and a good bishop on f5, and the knight's on c4 is good. I mean, it's you know, once again, it's some sort of psychological thing that if you repaint the pieces, if you let's say you have exactly the same, but white would be black, black would be white, you wouldn't think that white achieved all that much. But yeah, I mean, like some positions, depending on the color of the pieces, if you have such position with white, you think, oh, okay, I was supposed to get some sort of opening advantage, maybe I've gotten some, but it's not much. With black, the same, exactly the same position, just the difference with, you know, the pieces colors, feels much better because with black, initially you were kind of under some pressure, your opponent had to move first. So when you fully comfortably equalize, it already feels like, okay, maybe my position is better. Maybe I have reasons to play for a win, right?
Right. Yeah, because I'm assuming, well, what I was always told is that black is always sort of on the back foot since white is making the first move. So when playing black, your plan is not to seek a quick advantage, but rather to equalize and then to go from there and create an advantage for yourself. Sorry.
Now I'm losing your sound, Jesse. I think it's just that I mean everything kind of the universe hints at us taking a break before the most important stage, the time control. Yeah. So let's once again, guys, let's go for a short break. Let's try to fix everything which is fixable, and let's try to stay away from touching anything that works. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
We'll come back soon.
So I'm joined by two Grandmasters from Pool D, Alexei Shidov and Wesley So. Wesley, the Berlin defense is a good choice when you're playing in Germany, it seems.
In Berlin.
Yeah, especially playing Berlin.
What can you say about the option you chose today for the game against Alexei?
Yeah, I think it's a better choice than what Backroad's been playing, the French, because he's playing in Germany. And I noticed Alexei always plays very principled line, so he went for endgame. I think he played the endgame very well. I had to be careful. I prepared this bishop b4 just to, because bishop e7 has a lot of theory, and Alexei has some games. So bishop b4, probably also slightly worse for black. In the game, instead of knight f5, maybe white could play rook e1, rook a d1, put the rooks there, centralized. Because I thought the position after opposite colored bishops should be completely equal. But I think Alexei played everything very well, so I had to be precise. Had to find maybe a few accurate moves like bishop c2. And in the end, my active king was enough to save the day. I think Alexei and I were analyzing maybe white has better chances, but it's hard to say.
Alexei, although you're a fabulous endgame player, you've demonstrated that many times in your career, you're well known for being a very aggressive tactical player. How do you balance these two things when you play against a solid defense like the Berlin?
Well, I think it's time to say Berlin, time to play endgames. So, because I'm almost 50 years old after all, so why to be aggressive? But okay, talking seriously, just recently I came back to this Berlin endgame because before I was playing for many years like the lines like d3 or also castling and rook e1. I mean, keeping queens on the board, but. Recently, okay, I saw some new ideas and decided to come back to this endgame, but this paid off because, like, okay, somehow absence of those years of not playing this Berlin endgame also paid its price. So sometimes I don't feel so familiar in all these positions that arise. So, well, I think, yeah, in general, the game was reasonable. I liked this idea of leaving the pawn on e5 hanging, and actually I learned this idea from already, I think, long ago from some of Wesley's games when he just sacrificed this pawn for long in turn of compensation. I don't even remember which game it was, but yeah, probably, yeah. So then after that game, everybody realized that, okay, you can also think about giving up this pawn even if there is nothing forced after that. So, but I think Wesley is quite right. Knight f5 is not ambitious enough. I mean, if I really want to fight for advantage, I should put my rooks there, but I wasn't so sure if he plays g5. I understood that, yeah, it's double-edged and maybe I have some chances even for the advantage there, but at the same time I wasn't completely sure whether everything would just work well there. So knight f5 was a little bit like, okay, simplifying move, which is, and normally if you simplify then you normally don't get enough to fight for real advantage. So.
According to my database, there was a previous game by MVL with rook fe1 instead of knight f5. A game played last year. My final question for Wesley. Of course, with this result, with a draw with the black piece against Alexei, and of course, pending the other game in the group, you might be able to go into the last round with a full point over your contenders. How do you rate your chances for tomorrow?
Well, if I'm not playing, I'd say it's very good because I have the white pieces. But I mean, I take it one game at a time, so it can't be too relaxed. One loss can change the entire tournament, so I just try to play each game like it's the very first round. I think I had some good games, but also bad games in this tournament, so I'm just trying to play better. But quite pleased with the draw today. I think made some inaccuracies here and there, but I managed to draw it.
Okay. Thank you for coming, and good luck with the last round tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Wesley, thank you for joining. Could you tell us briefly how did you spend your rest day?
Yeah, the night before and the morning off, and then until late afternoon, I was trying my best not to look at chess. I did prepare around 5-6 hours for the game against Alexei, just to make sure. But I think players should use the rest day for rest and relaxation. I made far too many mistakes before preparing on the rest day, and you just get very tired over the board. At the end of the day, preparation can only do so much. So I should learn better and put the chessboard away.
Trying to trigger some memories of yours. What was the game that you felt the worst to lose against?
In my career?
Yeah.
Far too many. Let's see. I lost to Fabiano like 3 times in a row in 2018, back then when he was winning every single tournament basically, and it was very difficult. But yeah, also I've lost to Magnus Carlsen far too many games in classical chess. I remember in Bilbao in 2016, that was very painful. Also in the Singfield Cup when I lost to Ian Nebomniachtchi in 2019 when I had white. Those were some of the most. Also in Qatar, 2015, when I lost to Yu Yang Yi in the last game. That it was right before the new year, so it's
okay.
Yeah.
I think it's
far
enough.
too many.
Now,
I'm sure there are more.
Now let's speak about something more positive. So, what was the most pleasant win that you had?
When I reached
the game, just the game.
Yeah, when I beat Michael Adams in London Classic 2016, and I beat Hikaru Nakamura after that. I mean, before that, on his birthday.
Oh, wow.
So I'm sure we shouldn't tell him that.
That must have been exciting.
Yeah, I didn't even know it was his birthday, but probably the worst thing that they can make you do is if you play on your birthdays. I've had my fair share of that in Isle of Man recently. But beating Michael Adams was huge because once I crossed 2800 for the first time.
All right, that's a good answer so far. Next question. If you were to choose 2 players and to combine them in order to be able to beat Magnus, so 2 players in one, who would you pick?
Well, definitely Fabiano is one. I think he's got very good style.
And the second one to complete?
Second I'll probably have to pick Alireza.
Okay,
Alireza
you can also choose
Firouzja.
yourself.
Yeah, if I get a little stronger, if I get back to 2800 this year.
I am. I didn't know we were jumping back in.
Yeah, well, I think the interview was interrupted, and we are back to Hikaru and Sasha Grishuk to pull a game between the leader Hikaru Nakamura and one of the players who is just half a point behind the leaders.
Yeah, it seems we missed another draw. So Wesley So drew against Shirov, and I do have to mention I see something pretty exciting happening over on Vincent Kemo and Aronian's board. If you want to check that out.
Yeah, that was I was just checking. It was very sharp, but
Ooh,
I don't know what's that.
I think we hear Dina's interview in the background.
Absolutely. Okay, hopefully it's gone. Hopefully it's gone. It's a little bit hard to talk with voices in your head. So now I understand why.
Yeah, the voices in your head, you need to get that checked out, maybe.
Absolutely, as Grishuk was suggesting, yeah, not only the PCR test, but the second part of it.
Psychiatric.
No, honestly, that was one of the worst experiences in my commentator's career when I had. I don't remember why would I have it, but because I was doing the commentary alone, I had a headset which would return stuff I'm talking.
I can't hear you too well. I'm still hearing the interview.
That's I don't know what's that. Jesse, can you hear me?
I can.
And the interview.
I don't hear the interview anymore. The voices in my head are gone.
Gone. Okay, so I was telling the
Yes.
story that I was doing a commentary alone
Yes, please.
in a headset, and it would return everything I'm saying with like 10-15 seconds delay. And can you imagine?
No.
I mean, it drives you absolutely nuts, pardon me.
I can imagine.
And yeah, and I had to spend
Did you
like...
take the headset off?
No, for some reason it didn't cross my mind. Now that I'm asking myself, I don't know why I didn't do this. So I had to
Oh my
survive.
goodness.
I had to survive till the break, and then yeah, everything was fixed. Okay, so speaking of this position, Grishuk against Nakamura, I'm afraid Grishuk is in a big trouble, because look what happened. Naka eventually managed to push g5. You can never ever, it seems, take on g5 because rooks exchange and the queen invades to g7, which I don't see how it's a checkmate, but I'm sure it's a checkmate, right? And now White, with his last move, which was bishop f4 to c1, is planning to put the bishop on b2 and to increase the pressure, right? Queen d8 played.
Okay.
I believe Naka's gonna go bishop to b2.
He found the c4 queen c3 idea that you were speaking about.
Yeah, so he did play c4 queen c3 at some point, and yeah, bishop b2, and I wonder if black actually holds this pawn on f6 and how he does it.
Yeah.
Because you can't take, now it's an obvious reason, checkmate in 1, right? So maybe what black does is some sort of queen f8, which means you take my f6 pawn, I take your h6 pawn with a check. Yeah, okay, it's understandable. But black is still sort of paralyzed. So he can never take on g5, he can never go f5. In both cases, queen h8 is a checkmate. So he's left with almost no moves. And White can kind of play king g3, perhaps intending bishop g4 to exchange one more piece. So it will be less and less moves for black. I can imagine at one point black only will be able to shuffle his bishop to d8 and back. So it's some sort of, you know, immortal game of Zugzwang, as Nimzowitsch was referring to one of his games. So it's a new, immortal game of Zugzwang.
But you mentioned the shuffling of pieces, but how does then White progress? Just bringing the king in, as you mentioned? And
Yeah,
then
you
trading?
go king g3. Okay, let's, I don't know, let's fantasize a little. King
Maybe
g3.
taking on b6
He's
as well,
waiting,
yeah?
we'll take on b6.
Okay.
We'll go bishop g4. Let's, I don't know, let's pretend nothing can happen. And then we reach this stage where black just plays bishop e7, d8 to e7 to d8. Then White does this. I don't know, does this, puts the rook on f3, then goes with the king behind the rook.
Marches with the king.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can see White getting the king to b3, for instance, and then in the right moment, he just trades everything and, I don't know, goes with the king
But
to
the
b5
g pawn
or
will
something.
be passed. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but, okay, I mean, one day I'm just planning to move the queen, right? So imagine, okay. I mean, if you want me to do it, I'll do it. So this, we get the king all the way to b3 via d1, as any person of culture would do. Your opponent has a dark square bishop, so you only walk on light squares. So you get it to b3, then you probably go rook f4. And then you plan to double on f3, like you go queen f3, and your opponent thinks that you've forgotten about this battery and now it's the right moment to take, and then you just return. And there is no way to stop queen h8. So I don't need you know, I don't know if I need my king to be on b3 precisely for that. Maybe I could have won this game 15 moves ago. But if my assumption plays out that black can only move the bishop back and forth, then why not, right? Let's bring the king to safety. And it's kind of safe, and at the same time it's more active on b3, because if any endgame happens by any chance, then the king can join via a4, b5. I think Naka is close to winning, to be honest. I think Naka is close to winning.
We're having a lot of almost decisive results here in the other groups when you're ready to take a look.
Yeah, just tell me what else is going on.
Yeah, I would love to take a look at Vincent Kimmer's game and then Hari Krishna's game.
Well, what's going on here? I mean, it's absolutely crazy, Aronian's game against Kema. I mean, first of all, would you remind me if White King... I know, it wasn't castled long. It wasn't castled at all, right? Yeah, in this game, yeah.
It wasn't, it moved all the way there.
Yeah. And
remember,
Vincent,
it went to C1 and then B1, yeah.
Yeah, it went to C1, no, but after that it's been more things, because it went back to D2 and so on and so on. And after Rook G1 it was a check here. And by the way, a nice tactical exercise, so that if you take the bishop, then Rook H7 followed by Queen H3 is a checkmate, right?
Wow.
But Aronian, of course, didn't fall for that. He gives a check on F4, King B1 and Rook to D4, doubling on the fourth rank. So now if you capture H7, it's Queen H4 at the end, or Queen H6. White captures on B5. So what's that? Rook B8 perhaps? Or, wait a second, Rook B4 works, right? Does it? Rook B4 check. King A1, I assume. But then you can just take the bishop. And this trick no longer works because there is Queen H6 at the end. There is Queen H6 at the end. So Rook
That's why I was looking at F6 for white. But probably there's no time for that at all.
You mean
And that doesn't even
here,
work.
King A1? I'm not
There's
sure.
no time for
Yeah,
it.
this F6. Interestingly, I
doesn't
can
work at all.
take. I can. Yeah. Okay. Check. King A1's on the board. Let's see, because this game will finish anytime soon, and he does pick up the bishop on B5. So Vincent kind of blundered the bishop, but not really, because I have, you know, computer's analysis in, or those little notes rather, and it says black's position is already winning after Queen F4 check. So already quite a few moves ago.
Okay.
So Aronian is winning, and that means if the other game finishes in a draw, the other game being Dubov with it, that means Aronian is qualified with one round to spare.
Yeah. And he can go for some ice cream tomorrow instead of playing. It's
No, he will play. Believe me, he will play.
He's running on seconds right now. He's going down from 10.
Yeah.
That's why he's looking at the clock a lot. And I think he
realizes
make a
there's
move real
nothing to do, yeah. Okay, Rook to E1 is played. Rook to E1 is played. Rook to E1. Perhaps baiting black to go Queen D4, so that, you know, kind of, that's an instinct. You want to trade the queens when you're material up, but then he just takes, goes F4 and wins back the piece on this pin, which might still not... I mean, he might still lose the game, though, now that I'm thinking. Maybe that's the easiest way to win, in fact. And then you go D3, white takes, you go D2, you take with this rook, and the H5 rook, the rook that was attacking, now does absolutely nothing, and you cannot stop rook E1. Yeah, so this might be a winning line for black, but Aronian chooses to be on the safe side, just plays F6 first himself, and then, yeah, why to trade queens? Yeah, why to trade queens when you're about to checkmate yourself, right? Rook
Yeah,
E8
there's a
will-
result.
Yeah, after F6, Vincent Kema resigns, and that means Aronian is well positioned to win the C group, and quite possibly to win it with one round to spare. So now the only possible scenario is that somebody wins, and then Aronian loses tomorrow, and that somebody who won today wins tomorrow also, right?
Ooh.
And then, yeah, I mean, it's tricky. Let's quickly check the other game in the same group. I believe that's very important now because, as I said, if this is a draw, which it might as well be,
Might be.
well, it's not
Vidit
impossible.
is running on seconds as well.
It's not impossible, but let's move 41.
Yeah, they have reached time control. I don't think it updates automatically.
Yeah, it's move 41, so never mind that he's on seconds. I think it's just it's absolutely fine. I believe there should be some solution to this position. Some solution meaning there should be a draw. There should be a draw. Okay, so some discussion. Of course, Vincent Keimer is not very happy with his performance. Against Levon Aronian, he lost 2-0, and in general, he made 2 draws and lost 3 games so far. I believe we'll have an interview, but before that, let's check other games quickly. And we are reminded that in the A group, it's not only Grishuk, but there is also Bakro and Yesipenko. And now, if Nakamura beats Grishuk, means Grishuk out of any contents, is not a contender for the first place, but then Yesipenko needs to win against Bakro to keep a theoretical chance. Right, so
Very true. May we check out Hari Krishna versus Dominguez for a second?
Yes, if we will be given such opportunity. Hari Krishna with Dominguez. You mean like everything is...
Unfortunately, the live board is not live.
Yeah, we are used to that. But it's an endgame, right? It's an endgame. Black perhaps being... wanted to say slightly better, maybe not so slightly better, Maybe Black is winning, in fact, because, yes, I understand it's material equal, but Black is much more active. White's D pawn is a weakness, White's A pawn is a weakness. And the only weakness Black has, the B6 pawn, can be covered with the king, right? So now with Black being to move, some move like Rook C3, just invading with the Rook, and now if the B pawn ever attacked, you go King C6. I think Black is much better. What does it mean? Dominguez wins, and he within the striking distance, he will be half a point behind Wesley So. So still nothing is clear. Yeah.
We have an interview.
Yeah, we have an interview with Aronian, and we'll be back right after.
So, joining us in the press conference, 2 Grandmasters from Pool C, Vincent Keimer and Levon Aronian. Thank you for coming. Levon, unbelievable game, fantastic opportunities for both of you. Congratulations on the win, pending the other game that could already mean that you've won your group. The first question I wanted to ask you, you seem to play quite fast the opening, and only stopped to start thinking when Vincent captured the pawn on e5. Were you expecting this variation today? Had you prepared this situation?
I think I analyzed it some time ago. Honestly, I didn't expect this variation. But I thought, just to play something that is, I think, interesting. I've analyzed this line a little for Black. It's a risky line, but, we're not here to play, just boring chess. We want to have some fun as well in the process. And I think Vincent was having a lot of fun as well. His play was very daring and very full of desire to win the game as well. Otherwise, of course, I would never get the chance to win the game. It's tough against such a strong opponent to win with Black.
Well, as far as I could see from the reactions on Twitter and the online media reactions, the game was very exciting. Vincent, G4, G5, B4 seem to be the correct moves according to the computer. But it always seems to me that your position was like hanging on a thread. Your king on D2, you had to play very precisely in that position. Would you agree on that assessment?
Yeah, sure. It's very hard to play, I guess also for both sides, because if I get what I want, I basically win the game more or less immediately. But yeah, I never got the chance, and I also don't quite know when it got bad. Yeah, because it's very it's not easy to say when black is having a good position and when it's already getting bad for me. So where this important point was, okay, I think that I also had seen this line at some point for white, and I know that this line to take the pawn exists, and I don't know, I just remembered that somewhere I get to play knight d3 back, rook d1, and he takes on g2 or something in the main computer line, but this is, okay, it's never not enough precise to actually remember what were the correct moves. And yeah, of course, I think in the game I didn't see this move knight g6 for him, and this was, I think, a problem for me, because then I also had to spend more time, because I didn't expect this move. Yeah.
You were actually very low on time when the critical position came about. Online commentators suggest that maybe f3 instead of rook h5 was the move to keep the balance, although it's a very complicated position.
Rook d5, yeah.
Sorry, f3 instead of rook h5 on move 29.
Yeah, then rook d5.
Yeah, well, I haven't analysed the position, but that's just something that they were talking about online. Huh? You can look it afterwards.
It could be balanced, yeah. Because
Tactically balanced,
H5,
yes,
yeah.
tactically balanced. Did you sense that rook h5 was
yes,
possibly his losing move?
well, if it doesn't win on the spot, then it definitely loses. So that's one of the things. And when he played it, I started doubting myself. I said, wait a second, did I blunder this? And then, yeah, somehow I remembered that everything is under control.
Okay. Anyways, thanks for the game. It's very exciting, and hope to see you back tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Levon, thank you for coming. Could you, to start with, could you please tell us briefly how did you spend your rest day?
I visited my parents, I visited my sister, so hanged out with my cat and my nephew, so it was a very good rest day.
Forgive me, I thought that you were only a dog kind of a person.
I am both. I like cats and dogs. And every kind of animals. Frogs, pigs, anything you name it, I like it.
Okay, fair enough. Yesterday was 100 years of Yuri Lvovich Averbach. Imagine yourself in 2082, you get 100. Do you think Magnus or, let's say, Garry Kasparov would still be the GOAT?
I kind of feel that Magnus will be the greatest for a long, long time. I mean, because for me, he's already probably the greatest, but he's still continuing. So, yeah, it will take a long time to beat his achievements.
In one of your interviews, or in many interviews, you were mentioning that taxi drivers in Armenia were discussing with you your games. Now that you moved to United States, is that the same?
Only the guys at the club in St. Louis, but I think chess will slowly catching up in America, but I think it takes some time for it. But the good part of it, I remember I had one tournament, bet tournament, and then so I'm sitting there in a taxi, and the taxi driver is looking very angrily at me. And I don't know what's wrong with the guy. Maybe he has a bad day in Armenia. And then at some point he goes, if you forgot how to play, quit it finally. Why are you torturing us? That's very
No
funny.
way.
Yeah, that's very funny, yes.
Speaking about St. Louis, you have moved there, you live in there. Did you have a chance to show some tricks to teach some of a banter, or in other words, trash talking to Maurice Ashley?
Maurice has his school, you know, this is a Brooklyn school, so it's a different kind of generation, and it's a school from the park, so he's pretty good at it. But my trash talk is, I think it's generally kind of a Soviet style trash talk, you know. I'm like, I like doubting my opponent, you know, instead of saying how great I am. This is a different type of trash talk. It's one of this, you have this Shaolin school of trash talk. So this is type of a thing.
A polite one, you mean? Fair enough. Valentine's Day is coming soon. Are you as much of a romantic person yourself as you are a romantic player on the chessboard?
I think so, but it's tough maintaining, romance when you're always away. You always have to concentrate, and you're in your little world. But I do think, I'm definitely romantic, and I can be a cheesy romantic. I do cry a lot during movies, so I love this kind of things. So, but it's tough maintaining it.
And my final question, on the same spectrum, what is the hardest thing to be in a relationship with a professional chess player?
Understanding that they have to train, I think it's the hardest, that they have to spend all this time, and although it seems they're not doing anything, they're just on a computer, but in fact we're analyzing. And also I think the traveling part is tough, definitely, to be a partner of a chess player, but there are many bonuses, like chess players don't know what weekday is, so we're always kind of free, so that's the good bonus.
That's exactly what I tell to all of my friends. Thank you so much, Levon. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so very funny interview, at least it's the second half with Dina, right? Aronian in a very good mood, obviously. Yeah, I think we have to catch up with the time troubles, and then we might discuss the trash talk thing and stuff like that. Did you pay attention, Jesse, what happens in Grishuk's game? Because, wow.
I've been looking. Yeah,
something certainly happens. I'm wondering if, if Naka is still winning here. He was certainly winning at some point. I'm 100% sure. But
yeah,
is it still the case? Is it still the case?
I believe so.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not judging from my own opinions here. I'm judging from the evaluation bar on both the screen that we have on stream and my side. But what is your evaluation here? I know they're on seconds at the moment, so moves will be made.
Yeah, well, I don't have any evaluation myself. I mean, my problem is I don't know what White's supposed to do. They're no longer on seconds, by the way. It's move 40. Last move,
yes,
Rook F1
right.
to F6 was move 40 for Hikaru. So
as I said that, I realized the number of moves that were made. But at least he has 30 minutes to sort of decipher this position. It does appear he's a rook down and has maybe 2 pawns compensation, but somehow maybe the h-pawn will be the saving grace.
yeah, but that's what I'm not sure about. So you go h7, that's clear, right? Black goes king d7, and then no h8 just yet. If you take on f6, all of a sudden the bishop from d8 takes on f6, stops the h-pawn. So I was looking for a move here, and I'm not sure just yet. And the rook is unpinned after king d7, so rook f2 is a threat, for example, right? So
what happens after...
Yeah.
If I may, sorry.
Yeah, sure.
What happens after h7?
h7, king d7.
King d7.
King to d7, yeah, to unpin the rook. And here I don't see the follow-up, because if you take, bishop takes, the h-pawn is stopped. Who knows? Not even sure if h7 is the move. Not even sure if h7 is the move. Yeah, check from g4, he runs to c7. I was thinking if e5 is the move. Kind of play e5 first. If pawn takes, you... Ah, wait a second.
What
Is it-
about,
Yeah, tell me.
if I may,
Yeah,
h7, king d7. Sorry, I'm like not looking
Yeah,
at
sure,
the eval
sure.
because I know there's cheating. Bishop takes f6.
Bishop takes f6, yeah.
If the bishop takes, then queen g8.
Queen g8. Uh-huh. So
Maybe
you
it's
don't
not
want
enough.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
queen
know.
g7 check, right? And then I kind of doubled on the diagonal. Ah, now wait a
What
second.
if
And you
there's
have bishop
another
g4.
check? There's a check.
Bishop g4
Yeah.
counter check. That's brilliant, yeah. Okay, so my... But could it be that this is winning? I mean, that's incredible. Yeah, it's queen g8 and you are threatening bishop g4 check. So if I go here, seems to be the only move now. But then you might be winning anyway, right? Like, start with queen f7 check. Queen to e7.
So
And then you
those
give
in
another
chat
check.
wondering, Miro is not using an engine at all. So his evaluation is just purely from what he's thinking. And sometimes I cheat, I look at the engine. So if we do get a little bit lost or a little bit confused, I look at the engine. So I'm not, of course, I don't have Miro engine 2.0 in front of me or in my brain. So just to let you guys know.
Yeah, Hikaru was
Please continue.
reaching the piece to make a move, but I'm wondering what move he was planning to. Yeah, h7 perhaps is the move you want to play. You know what,
Did you
Jesse?
see what he was doing with his head?
Shaking his head, yeah. Like, I mean, he does this a lot.
He's like nodding and then...
You know, no, I mean, he will play h7. At some point, I thought that white has a brilliant move to win, which would be bishop h5. And the point is that I want to play queen g7 and then promote the g-pawn, not the h-pawn. And it works perfectly after king d7, queen g7. I mean, just believe me, I've calculated all the lines. The little problem, though, is that he's going to take my beautiful pawn, and I'll have nothing to promote. And you know how these mistakes.
One move.
You know how these mistakes happen. You look at this f6 rook, and you kind of imprint in your brain that okay, this rook is pinned, so it can't do anything. This rook is pinned, right? But then the moment queen takes on h6 and white takes back on h6. Then the rook is unpinned, no longer pinned, and it can take on h6, yeah. So, Naka, he's done it few times. It's like he was approaching the piece and then went back and... Okay, bishop h5 will not be played. No, don't tell me. Don't tell me bishop h5 will be played.
Oh, was he reaching for the bishop?
No, he was reaching for something, I think for the h-pawn. And you know what, Jesse? I have an official announcement and I congratulate Levon Aronian on being one of the semifinalists. Dubov and Vidit just finished in a draw.
Was there a draw?
Yeah, Dubov and Vidit just finished in a draw. So Levon done it right. And yeah, since we, I believe, reached the time control in all of the games, I want to go back a little to this interview, to Dina interview with Levon Aronian. I don't know if you have been following.
We really want to see the move.
The move. Well, I mean, of course, we stay with that. We stay with that. No, but I mean, the interview, it's already happened, right? The interview has already happened, and he said what he said.
Levon, yes.
Yeah. There was a question about the trash talks, that since Levon moved to St. Louis and he met for the few times he met Maurice Ashley and different schools of trash talk, the Brooklyn school and, as Levon said, the Soviet school. And I thought, okay, it's a little bit harsh, but knowing Levon for quite some time, I have kind of a description of his trash talk style. So instead of explicitly stating that your opponent is an idiot, right? You are trying to push him towards this conclusion, so he comes to this conclusion himself. Okay, that's a Levon style. I mean, and the way he's asking you in post-mortem analysis, are you sure that the move you played was good? And you immediately understand it was a very silly move, right? So yeah, He's a master. He's a master of such things. And Hikaru, yeah, push the pawn, Hikaru.
Oh, everyone's going crazy.
Harry the H pawn. Harry the H pawn. It's got
Yeah,
to
we're
go.
calling the dance that he's doing, the Naka cha cha cha.
H7. Okay.
You did it. You did it. You played it.
And that's the strongest move, right? Or we think
Yes,
it's
I
the
believe
strongest
so.
move.
Yeah.
Yeah, H7.
Well,
Now, King
we
E8
believe in
doesn't
it.
really help. King E8 doesn't really help. So one more time. King D7. And we said, what did we say? We said we take, well, actually, I'm just thinking if Queen G8 immediately makes sense, but maybe not, right? Bishop takes. I might be wrong with this bishop take. Can this be that I take with the queen, in fact? Maybe queen takes.
So do you
makes
think
sense.
maybe instead of taking the rook that you just leave it? I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking Queen G8, but once again have difficulties
immediately.
believing it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think so. No, I think you take, then Bishop takes Queen G8. We more or less figured out was good for white, sorry. And I was thinking, what happens if Black captures on F6 with the Queen? So that, yeah, I realize White goes Queen G8.
There's some checks, no?
Similarly, there is no way to stop H8, but who knows, maybe some sort of Queen B2 would help. So Queen B2, attacking E2, H8 Queen, and then you take and...
Ooh, but isn't
and you
there
have,
coming back?
you have a
no,
lot
there
of
isn't.
checks, right? You have a lot of checks here. But maybe this lot of check doesn't actually... Maybe it's not an awful lot. So you go to H1, you go to G1, maybe you win this way. So still, it's, you know, it's one of those things, like it's very confusing for the commentator because too many options. But since it's Naka, he's got half an hour, he calculated it, I believe he just found one way and it will happen on the board. The second game in this...
The engine likes Naka's position.
The engine likes
Naka-
Naka's position. Yeah, Naka is winning.
And believe it or not, it says +8.
+8 means, yeah, that's straight up win. Straight up win. Shall we check the other game in this group? Yesipenko, in time trouble
do
for
it.
sure, had chances to win with black. That would be a big one. That would be a big one because last round, a reminder, it's Yesipenko against Naka, Yesipenko having the white pieces. So if he will be half a point behind, it will be a lot of, you know, a lot of tension in this game. Because basically...
So if I may mention, sorry, Miro,
Yeah,
but
go on.
if I may mention, according to the evaluation bars of the games remaining,
Yeah.
chances are we will have up to 5 decisive results.
Cool.
Do you know what that means?
Someone's gonna escape and save me.
So those wondering, what we said was if there are more than 4 decisive results, Miro will stand up and dab for us.
Stand up and dub.
this is what-
Stand up. It's kind of a new addition. I can maybe dub like
okay, just
sitting
dab,
dub,
then it's
sitting dub. Yeah.
Sitting
yeah,
dab,
yeah,
okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Okay, or rather it be my, you know, my mere attempt to dub properly because I'm after all I'm not a gamer and not a streamer anymore, so not sure if my dubs is gonna count. Okay, we have an interview.
Interview.
A press conference room, Pool C, Grandmasters Daniil Dubov and Vidit Gurati. A draw in the game, which unfortunately for you two leaves Aronian as sole leader of the group. Daniil, it looked as if during the game you were pressing mostly. Did you think of any other chances to attack his king side, for instance, around move 20?
Yeah, I don't know what's move 20 exactly. No, I mean, I clearly had these knight g5 ideas in different positions, but yeah, somehow I failed to make it work. I mean, also, the way I'm running against this guy recently, you basically want to develop the pieces and like make one draw in a row at least, yeah. So yeah, I mean, Yeah, I mean, I had some knight g5 ideas. It was not clear to me at all that I'm on a better side there. And in the game, till some point, I felt like white is just comfortably better. But yeah, maybe this whole like bishop e3, rook ac1, bishop b1 plan, I mean, it was based on a blunder, because after bishop f6, I mean, I was hoping for knight g5 to work, like exactly thinking about this kingside ideas, but it seems to be just good for black. And then once black gets knight e7, I think black is completely fine, and it was even more comfortable for black at some point, I thought. Then in the ending, I mean, again, it felt promising, but yeah, I mean, I couldn't really. I mean, clearly in the ending, maybe I had better tries, but I felt like I calculated everything. I found a draw everywhere for black, and then I played like the most stupid moves that like basically offers a draw even without like checking him. Yeah, that was probably stupid, but I don't feel like it was really close, to be honest. So yeah, don't know.
Question for Didit. Did you sense that in the end game you'd have some chances of trapping his bishop on h6, as some online commentators were suggesting could have happened at some point?
Well, if I trap his bishop, I think the maximum I can still get is a draw because of his outside passed pawn. And probably I'll have to give up all my pieces to trap his bishop, which was the plan, to give the knight for the a pawn and trap the bishop at some point. But I don't think in endgame I had any chances. I played one stupid move, knight d5, after which he got his bishop on h6, and the king side was a bit of a mess. If I had not played that, I think I was on the better side of the equality. But after that, it was more on the defensive end for me.
Okay. Good luck for both of you. An exciting game in any case, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Most exciting for Levon.
Dania, thank you for coming. How did you spend your rest day, briefly?
Sleeping.
Perfect. Yesterday, Averbach turned 100. Assuming we are in 2096, you getting 100 years old, do you think Magnus or Gary would still be the GOAT? The greatest of.
Yeah, I bet Magnus will be, yeah.
But not Gary.
I mean, okay, like between these two, you don't need to wait for that long. Yeah, you can start choosing already. Yeah, I mean, if I had to choose now, I would already pick Magnus. Yeah, and I think his odds can only improve. So yeah, Team Magnus. Yeah.
Perfect. Valentine's Day is coming soon. Are you just as a romantic person yourself as you are a player on the chessboard?
I don't know. You should probably ask my girlfriend. She knows better. But I'm afraid I mean, there is a room for improvement for me as a romantic person.
Imagine I'm asking your girlfriend, how hard is it to be in a relationship with a professional chess player?
I think it's not a dream scenario, I would say.
What feelings do you have towards your opponent when you win?
It doesn't really change my attitude, to be honest. I mean, when someone beats me like a billion times in a row, I start to look. I mean, I start looking for a reason to somehow dislike the guy. Yeah, but with Vidya somehow, I mean, he's quite a nice person. Unfortunately, it's kind of hard to hate him. I tried, but yeah.
And when you lose?
I still don't care. Yeah, it's more about more about people's behavior. Like for instance, if someone will start like pressing the button too hard, I will strongly dislike it, and it doesn't matter if I win or lose. But it's not about the result really. So yeah, I mean, you can beat me and still be alive.
And is there a player who is your most favorite to win?
Now you probably got it actually. Yeah, now it's probably we did.
And to lose? And to lose? Your least favorite to lose?
Probably also we did. I don't know.
Everything needs comment at Vidit. This is the quote, right? Okay. Is there a song that you have on loop when you are in the game that you're calculating?
Well, it depends on the day. I mean, sometimes you you can really, I mean, especially if you're listening to some song for a bit too long, so sometimes you simply cannot get away. And also, I used to listen to some music like before the games back in the days, and then yeah, somehow it's I mean, it obviously continues during the game.
And the final question, what is your favorite Balenciaga sweater, or the sweater that brings you the most luck? Is there one?
Yes, but not this one actually.
With the white text.
I mean,
You'll show us.
I mean, again, as the way I'm playing recently, like when I win one game in some sweaters, and yeah, I mean, it gets the glory. Yeah, I mean, now winning one game is already a very big achievement for me and for my sweater. So yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Good luck for the final game tomorrow.
Thanks.
All right. So, well, you know, on the edge questions as always, right?
You're rendered speechless.
No, seriously, what she was expecting to hear when she was asking, I mean, what it'd be like being a girlfriend of a chess player. No, seriously, I mean, was
I
he...
love the questions.
You know, was he to confess I'm a terrible bastard, she has to leave me or what? I mean, because chess players, it's universally acknowledged, they care about chess more than anything else, right? So.
No, it's true, but Dina is looking for, you know, very funny questions so she can provoke funny answers, and if it really makes the players even appear uncomfortable, yes, it's a meme, but I'm sure they take it very lightly, and it's all just for good fun, so I enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so I was checking the remaining games, and about Naka and Sasha, we already know, at least we know the assessment of the engine, right? We don't know how the game's going to finish. Is there, for one, do not know the exact line the engine recommends, how hard it is, right? I mean, is there a chance for Grishuk that Nakamura's going to misplay? By the way, Queen G8 without a capture on F6 is on the board, right? For the other games...
I was about to say as well.
Yeah, like for the other games, look... Dominguez.
We're going to Bakro or Dominguez?
No, I mean, I'm just jumping one after one.
Okay.
Dominguez is winning, or much better / winning against Harry. So if Dominguez win, it means that for Wesley So, unlike for Aronian, for Wesley So, tomorrow is a working day and possibly hard working day, right? It's only half a point difference. Then Yesipenko, perhaps, is winning against Bakro, which means even if Naka wins, Yesipenko is half a point behind. They're paired against each other, and Yesipenko will have the white pieces. So even harder, right, to predict. And then Pool B, remember Fedoseev and Wojtaszek made the draw, which left them in the leading spot. And we were speculating about Rapport winning, so it will become three-way tie. So Rapport is not winning this game. In fact, he is worse against Oparin. If he loses, that means, yeah, Fedoseev and Wojtaszek will be competing on who scores more points in the last round, one against Oparin, the other one against Rapport.
Yeah.
So at least one of those two is guaranteed to qualify. Yeah, to qualify.
If they were equal, you know, going into the last round of the round robin, and they were paired against each other, I think that would be the showdown right there. That would be what we're writing home about. But they met in the second last round, but tomorrow is just as important.
Yeah, right.
Or if not more.
But you know, if they, as you said, like if they'd be on the same points and facing each other in the last round, it still depends on, you know, on the personality, because some people would just make a draw quickly and play the tiebreak, right? And some, of course, would try to play a decider. Some of them would yeah. Okay, I was told Yesipenko...
But I think if you...
Yeah, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, going into the last round.
Yeah.
Going into the last round, is that another...
It's
Oh,
a
they drew.
result.
Oh, no.
It's a result. No,
A
no, no.
result, yeah.
Yesipenko has won. Yesipenko has won.
Uh-huh.
So he...
Sorry, going into the last round, and you know maybe you're not a favorite when it comes to the faster time controls, maybe you'll use that game to push.
Yeah.
I remember, I'm not too sure, I think it was the World Championship match where Magnus Carlsen played against Fabiano Caruana and they drew all the games, all the classical games, and they went into the faster time controls. I think there were some moments in the games where Fabiano was actually better in those classical games.
Yeah, of course.
I didn't
there
really.
was.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it was actually it was quite a, or there were quite a few games which were in one of the side's favor. Magnus was to win game 1 at first place, right? And the only valid point, I believe, is the last classical game where Magnus got a better position with black and decided not to continue because he was sure that he's going to win the tiebreak, or a massive favorite in the tiebreak.
Yeah.
We have a result. Yeah, so
We have
Naka
another
has
result.
won. Naka has won, and Yesipenko has won. So I think the working day is over for us, Jesse, because we will survive on the interviews till the very end. So now Yesipenko and Bakro will be interviewed.
By the two Grandmasters of Pool A, Grandmaster Etienne Bakro, Grandmaster Andrei Yesipenko. Andrei, I suppose this is a very important win for you, taking into account the situation of the group. Could you take us through the game and maybe tell us where you think Etienne maybe made a mistake and allowed you to win the game?
Yeah, I think G3 was a mistake. Etienne could play like king somewhere without G3, and I think G3 became a weakness. Yeah, and after this, it's hard to play for white. Yeah.
Okay. Etienne, were you expecting the opening that Andrei played today?
Okay,
Maybe a martial attack? What were you expecting today?
Martial I was not expecting in this tournament because I think 2 days before the event nobody will play martial in my group. So okay, I didn't prepare it at all. And okay, as for today, I was also not expecting today because I was thinking maybe I will play something more. I mean, more for a win in the opening. And normally, I should not give any chance against Marshall, but okay, I was very lousy, so I should have checked it a bit more, at least to pose more problems. But also, he played very good, I think, till I mean, all the games. I think he played very good, and I missed the moment where I should have played for a draw and already not for an advantage. Because I thought it was maybe some, I don't know. Anyway, I need to be optimist because if not, I will never win a game. So, but okay, it was. I mean, the moment, and at this moment, yeah, maybe G3 is bad, but it's already a bit. I mean, it's not a position you expect to have with white. Also, I was lucky that rook takes d2 is not winning for black immediately, because it could just finish the game and somehow.
There was
maybe I'm saving there after the exchange sacrifice. But yeah, it was a lousy game, quite a good game from.
Maybe that's the moment I was going to ask you about. Of course, it's very complicated. It's not for me to say, but there was a moment when you played bishop c4 on move 27. The computer was suggesting rook c1 there, allowing rook takes d2. But the complications, it seemed to maintain the position balance.
Yes,
did you consider that possibility?
Not really. I understood that probably rook c1 was okay when he played rook d4 move. But I mean, I should not get under any problem after the. But just I started to play some move here and there, and it was a bad idea. Yeah.
So, Andrei, my last question. With this win, you're on 3 points. There's still a game to be finished, but you might have interesting chances to qualify tomorrow. How are you looking forward to that last round game?
Hikaru looks like he's winning, actually. He won.
Okay,
yeah.
The
So,
game is finished, yeah?
so tomorrow I have to win to qualify. And we will see. We will see.
Tomorrow is a more important game for you than today.
So, thanks for coming, both of you, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Live. Our next interview, the other two players of Pool A, Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, Grandmaster Isander Krishuk. Hikaru, I expect you're very happy with the results, a very exciting game. Could you take us through the main points of the opening and the middle game, please?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we had a rest day, so I kind of thought that Sasha might play the King's Indian, and I mean, it was surprising because the board he played all the moves that I'd looked at. I mean, I kind of expected somewhere around like move 11 or 12 for him to deviate, but he kept playing the best move. But I mean, at the end of the day, he used a lot of time getting that to that position. And then, I mean, I think it was probably okay, but there were some practical issues, especially with his pawn on h6, which I think was a big problem in all the resulting middle games and then some of the end games. I mean, tough game, but I thought that I used that time wisely, that I was up, and found some good moves, and Sasha didn't defend correctly, so that's how it goes.
Alexander, heartbreaking defeat, obviously. What can you take away from this game?
Maybe that I should not play King's Indian.
Okay, do you agree with Hikaru's assessment of how the game went? Did you have any idea different than what you played?
Yeah, I think it was always slightly worse. And, yeah, I mean, critical moment was when I missed this bishop c1, bishop b2 idea, and after that I think it's almost lost or almost lost. And then, okay, I found this trick and it almost works, but almost doesn't count. Yeah.
The ending, the final parts of the game was very interesting. You played very precisely in a situation that any other mortal player might have messed up. So, are you happy with your form after these 5 rounds?
I mean, I guess it's good to hear that. I wasn't so sure. But yeah, I mean, I think probably, okay, the last 10 moves or so were all very, very easy objectives. I mean, this idea of putting the bishop on b2, once I saw that, I mean, the position plays itself. I mean, funny thing is I didn't want to go queen f3. I actually wanted to go queen e3 right away, but I put the queen on f3. I mean, at any rate, it's always unpleasant, so I don't think it's really that impressive, honestly, but I mean, I'll take it, of course.
So, with 3.5 and Nesipenko on 3, it's still the last round game. What are you thinking about tomorrow? Have you already started focusing on that game, or are you still trying to get over the game that you played today?
I mean, to use the good old quote, I don't care. I'll show up tomorrow and play.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so that was happy but still not relaxed Hikaru Nakamura. Of course, he will have to play, unlike Aronian, he will have to play his last round's game.
No ice cream for him. Yeah, so Nesipenko is just half a point behind, and so, you know, it's going to be a tough matchup tomorrow. We'll see what happens.
You spend your rest day.
Yeah, I mean, I decided to just study chess rather than play Entitled Tuesday or do anything of that sort, and it clearly paid off as I got something that I had looked at quite a bit yesterday, and that's all's well that ends well.
Do you think that was the reason why your opponent Sasha did not have his chance, because he played yesterday?
Oh, he did play?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even look, so I had no idea. No, I mean, I think. Ironically, I think Sasha's choice was actually correct, what he did, because seeing that Nesipenko won his game against Bakro, a draw would not have been, I don't think a draw would have been enough for him going into tomorrow, so I think he made the right choice objectively, all things being equal. Of course, you know, I ended up winning the game, but yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, there's this thing called pride, and, you know, an extra video or an extra stream, like, I mean, it means very little in the bigger scheme of things. Who really cares when you have a chance to put together a good result? So I think, I mean, I had my priorities correct, and I mean, we'll see what happens tomorrow. At any rate, though, it's been a success regardless. I will say that.
Yesterday, Yuri Lvovich Averbach turned 100 years old. Imagining we are in 2087, you get 100 years old. Do you think Magnus or Gary or you yourself would still be the GOAT?
I mean, I think I've said it before. I think Magnus is probably going to be the greatest player ever, and I think in large part that's because the way I see it, I think everybody now is so well prepared with computers that I find it hard to believe that anyone will have as big of a margin over, say, Magnus or anyone else 20, 30 years in the future. I mean, personally, I don't think we'll be playing chess professionally, you know, at least not standard chess in 20 years. So I think that answers the question.
Do you see the arrows when playing over the board?
No, not at all, actually. I mean, I just have a completely different mindset when I'm playing. I mean, the only thing is that sometimes when I see some of the other games, I'm a little bit confused by some moves, and I'm sometimes talking to myself. But like in my own games, it's just, I mean, I played chess for 20 plus years professionally before I was streaming, so I think I know how to, you know, go from one mode to another.
What feelings do you express towards your opponent when you lose a game?
Well, I mean, I think nobody's happy, obviously, but to be fair, and this is not to jinx myself, I haven't lost a game since I lost to, I mean, was it Topolov maybe? I mean, I guess I lost some games in the World Rapid in 2019 to Ali Rez and so forth, but I haven't lost a game in a very long time, so we'll see how I react in the future when I lose a game. But I mean, you just try to take it in stride, and I think now for me, you know, it's actually kind of ironic also that you know, I won this game. There were, in the last 2 cycles, I mean, Sasha basically ruined my chances for qualifying for the candidates. He ruined them in 2017 in the Sharjah FIDE Grand Prix when I had this Najdorf, and I missed a win late in the 5th hour, and we drew that game, and then he ended up winning the tournament. And then also on the Moscow Grand Prix in 2019 when I lost the match to him. So I mean, it's kind of ironic that the 2 times that I would have given anything to win and I really cared, I lost, and now when there's basically, it doesn't matter at all to me, I win the game. And for Sasha, of course, he has his chances ruined for qualifying. So it's kind of funny, I mean, to see the way that things play out over time.
And when you lose a game, when you win a game?
I mean, it's nice to win games. I mean, more than anything, it's just nice to prove to people that there really is no difference. I mean, online chess is still the same as over the board. And I mean, there's some people who try to say it wasn't, but all I would say to that is just look at who won most of those online tournaments. It was this guy called Magnus, and he seems to be pretty decent at over-the-board chess too. So I don't think it's really that surprising, but I do think perhaps my opponents, they're feeling a lot more pressure than I am, and especially tomorrow. I mean, I think Andre has all the pressure. I mean, I could win the game, draw the game, lose the game. It doesn't really change much for me. So I just play and have fun.
All right, but is there an opponent who to lose against is the most painful for you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously losing to Magnus is always annoying. But having said that, I mean, usually when I lose to Magnus, it's not like there are a lot of chances. So if there's who have I lost to a few times that I should not have lost to from like better positions? I mean, I want to say someone like Lenier, because I can think of at least like 2 or 3 games, classical and rapid, where I've lost him and I should not have lost. So maybe Lenier. He's the first name that pops in my head offhand.
And the most pleasant to win against?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, no, definitely not Sasha. Maybe Fabiano, maybe Anish. I mean, I haven't played them much in recent times, but maybe one of those 2.
All right. What advice would you give me if I was trying to win an adoption match against you?
You need some kind of odds.
All right. Valentine's Day is coming soon. You used to be a romantic player on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Are you just as much a romantic person in life as you used to be on the board?
I think as time goes by, you kind of realize that you're not young forever, and so you appreciate things from like a romantic standpoint off the board. Certainly over the board, I think it's the exact opposite. The more you know, the harder it becomes. And also, I think for me, when I used to play very aggressively in a lot of these offbeat openings, that's sort of before computers had figured everything out the way that they have now. So I think I was also just automatically forced to play differently. I mean, even someone like Alexei Shirov, who I think probably has played some of the greatest attacking games, a lot of romantic openings, even he seems to be playing a lot of dry openings these days too. So I think chess has also changed a lot. But I mean, away from the board, of course, I'm a hopeless romantic. So life is good.
What is the hardest thing for someone to be in a relationship with a professional chess player?
Well, I'm glad I'm not a professional chess player anymore, because I think the worst part is you have to travel all the time, and that sucks. I think for myself, when I look back over the years, just having to travel, 6-7 months of the year at least, 200 plus days, which of course works out to more than 7 months. But when you just look at that, it's very tough, obviously, because there's a lot of separation. So I think that's the worst part about being a pro chess player. And nowadays, I like being at home, so I'm happy.
The final question for today: who do you think is the best banter person, trash talker in chess?
I mean, I think Sasha's obviously up there. Daniil has his moments. I think Sasha's number one, though, by quite a margin.
All right, thank you and good luck for tomorrow.
Sure, thanks.
So we are back, and as I promised, we can, if we will, survive on interviews till the end of the broadcast, because there is one more result. Lenier Dominguez has won against Pentala Harikrishna. So we will have an interview with those two, and by that point I believe Rapport and Oparin will finish. So an interview with Dominguez and Harikrishna.
Streaming live now. It's the last interview of Pool D. With us now, Grandmasters Harikrishna Pentala and Lenier Dominguez. Lenier, an important victory for you in this crucial round. I saw you were thinking about 15 minutes when Harikrishna played Bishop c4. Did that move surprise you?
Well, yeah, I mean, in general, move 2, c3, I didn't prepare, so that's why I was trying to think of something that I was trying to remember some lines, but yeah, in the end I just made some moves and we got some interesting position, I think, pretty quickly.
Harikrishna, the online commentators were suggesting that maybe the advance with 22 g4 could have been an interesting option to seize the initiative. I'm sure you considered that option. Was there any specific reason you decided not to play it?
Well, I mean, my position seemed promising, and I thought I should be having some kind of break. But I was playing. I guess I had to spend some time and try to figure a proper plan rather than moving pieces as I did in the game. Of course, I completely missed this bishop b4, bishop a5 and bishop d8, because after bishop d8 black is just doing, I mean, better probably. My only chance is that the bishop on f8 stays on f8. Yeah, g4 I definitely considered, but I thought I had such a nice grip, I could, make some more moves and see. And of course, once bishop b4, bishop a5, I mean a3 is just, I don't know why I played this move a3, because anyway black would like to get the bishop to a5 and d8. Yeah, it's in general I think quite poor play after a certain point from me.
My last question for Lenier. With this win, you are now on 3 points out of 5. With his draw, Wesley has 3.5. So it seems that tomorrow you will be fighting for qualification. You're playing against Alexei, if I'm not mistaken. What are your thoughts on that game?
Well, it's, I mean, from the point of view of the tournament situation, it's pretty simple. I have to play the game and try to win and see what happens with the other game.
Okay, thank you both for coming, especially Harikrishna, and see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Did you spend your rest day?
I was mostly just watching some TV shows and resting a bit.
Yesterday, Yury Lvovich Averbakh turned 100 years old. Do you have some memories? Did you manage to cross a path with him, or did you learn from him?
Well, I didn't meet him, but I, of course, know his games and studied many books when I was a kid about his games, and he even had some really nice endgame books, which I also saw at some point. And yeah, I mean, players from my generation still were spending some time on the books, and we were studying the games of players from that generation, some good Soviet players, and he was certainly one of the best in his time and throughout many years. And I think he was a coach, but yeah, I'm very well aware of his career and his contributions to chess.
You have kids, right?
I have one son, yeah.
Do you teach him chess?
Yeah, I was actually teaching him, and he plays decent for he's 7 years old. And yeah, but at some point, I think like a year ago, he was really excited and he wanted to play and look at chess every day. But now he's kind of fading away a bit, the interest. So he's also doing some other sports. So I'll have to see what happens.
Are you planning to push him to become a stronger chess player, or you just let him choose?
Yeah, my idea was just to let him enjoy and do what he wants and what he really likes. So I wasn't really planning to be super serious or to put pressure on him on any way.
So in this case, you are not like a Soviet chess school when you push kids to play
I
chess.
think it's. I mean, if my idea. I mean, my idea was that if he really chose like a passion, because to do chess professionally, it's clear that you have to have this drive from really young age, where you are in love with the game and you want to study and you have this passion. If I see that, then I'll try to push harder. But if not, it's I think important that he does what he enjoys, and there are lots of things to consider.
Could you please quote the unluckiest game you ever had?
I have a few, but I remember a game against Nebo in the Capablanca Memorial. I believe it was in 2015, where I had this terrible confusion where I was thinking that there is another time control, and it was actually I was running out of time basically, and I was probably technically winning in a very nice endgame, just close to winning, and I just waiting for my time to run out and get the extra time, and I didn't get the extra time, so that was really, really unfortunate.
And now bringing the positive memories, what was the luckiest game that you ever had?
I had many, of course, but yeah, if I have to say one, maybe the one against Evgenij in 2013 in this tournament, which I won at the end, but I was doing really poorly at that point. I was on -1, and I was completely lost in that game, and for some reason I won the game, and after that things went very well.
Valentine's Day is coming. How hard it is, or what is the hardest thing for someone to be in a relationship with a professional chess player?
Yeah, obviously the traveling is probably the biggest problem, at least in my experience. But I don't know. Maybe I'll be in time to be home this year on Valentine's. I mean, if I don't get to be home, it's because I qualified, which is also good. So it's kind of like a win-win.
Well, this is a perfect note to finish our conversation. This is what I wish you, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, and that was Lenier Dominguez, who still keeps chances of qualifying. And as I promised, Jesse, someone will save his worst position.
Yes, unfortunately, we're stuck at 4 decisive results today. But also, you were right about being saved by interviews. Literally, since the first interview, who was it? Esipenko's game. There's been interviews ever since.
Yeah. So it was an impressive marathons for the press officer there in Berlin, and it was relatively easy day for us, right? We are still there, but we hadn't been talking all that much. All right. So we can see a discussion between Rapport and Oparin. It was indeed a draw at the end, which leaves it in pool. Let's try to recall what's going on. Pool A, Hikaru +2, Yesipenko +1. So those are the two that play each other. Yesipenko having the white pieces, and this game will.
Yesipenko is also in +2, no?
No, +1. He won 2, but he lost to Hikaru. He won 2, but he lost
so you
to
minus
Hikaru.
that. Okay.
So Hikaru on +2, Yesipenko half a point behind. Right, in the B group, 2 players joined first. That's, remind me, Wojtaszek and Fedoseev. So Rapport remaining, with this save remaining on 50% mark, he is still hopeful, I believe. So his task is to beat his opponent tomorrow and to hope that the other guy, the other leader, I don't remember the pairing, let me confess, the other guy is not winning. Yes.
Rapport and Oparin. You're referring to B group or C group?
Yeah, the B group, pairing for the last round. Yeah. So Rapport plays with, Oparin plays with Fedoseev twice. So it will be Fedoseev with Rapport, whatever the color is, and
yes,
Oparin.
And Oparin versus Wojtaszek.
Yeah. So Rapport's task is to try to win against Fedoseev and hope that Wojtaszek doesn't beat Oparin. Group C is, we know the semi-finalists. His name starts with Le and finishes with Levon, Aronian. Bravo. Bravo. And then in Group D, Wesley made a draw, which helped Dominguez to come closer with this win with black, and everything will be decided in the last round. Yeah, and they don't play each other. I think they don't play each other. It will be Dominguez with white against Shirov, I believe.
Dominguez has white against Shirov, and Wesley So has white against Ventala.
Yeah, so both with white. Yeah, and Wesley So, I have to say he can't relax because Alexei wasn't playing all that well, Alexei Shirov. So if, let's say, Wesley goes for a draw just to be on a safe side against Penteala, then Dominguez with white might have chances to win against Shirov and to catch up with Wesley, right? So that makes Wesley's situation a little bit tense. Okay, we are ready for a last interview and we'll be back right after to wrap things up. Or alternatively, I can once again mention that, the sponsors of this tournament are Kaspersky as the cybersecurity partner, Algorand as the blockchain partner, and FIDE Online Arena. And maybe we fade into interview and see you guys tomorrow. No, I think we still will be back, just for quick announcement, a reminder, the last round starts tomorrow and so on. Yeah, I think we are ready for an interview.
So I'm with Grandmasters Richard Rapport and Grandmaster Grigori Oparin for the last press interview of the afternoon. The game has ended in a draw. Grigori, it seems that these structures with isolated d5 pawn for active play, you like them. It's the second time you played this position in this structure in the tournament.
Yeah, basically, in all my black games I had an isolated pawn on d5. So, I mean, not that I like them much. I mean, but it's a good position this time. Finally got a decent version of an isolated pawn position. Yeah.
Okay, Richard, it seemed that things were going well up to a moment when your opponent played knight to g3. Was this a miscalculation on your side? Because you had other options instead of putting, I think it was rook f1.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just, I felt like I am just better. I mean, okay, maybe not too much, but it still feels comfortable. And then I made these two incredible moves, rook e1 and rook d1 in a row, I mean, with the same piece. And okay, yeah, basically something seriously wrong there in my head. I think I should take a look at it, because I don't know what I thought. I mean, I was just upset about that, you know, he's coming out. And the next thing, okay, I'm almost resigning, so like, just very hard to explain. But yeah, after that, I don't know, I got very lucky, I guess. I was probably just much worse the whole time, even losing after move 4 to right. So.
Yeah. So my last question for Grigori. Of course, it was a very complex double rook ending. Did you see any other chance that maybe you think now, with hindsight, you've missed to try and win the game?
Yeah, I guess just giving a check on it too first was a much better option. Yeah, because what I went for is just a draw. I mean, white has many ways to make a draw. Like Ricci went for this. He decided even to give up the f5 pawn. Like it was not the only way. Like, yeah, it was just a very easy draw.
Okay.
Yeah.
The last question for Richard. With this draw, the situation is Fedoseev and Wojtacek with 3 points. You're on 2.5 with 1 round to go. What are your thoughts looking ahead to tomorrow's game?
You know, after 5 rounds, I have 50% basically, so I shouldn't have too high hopes. I mean, the way I play, I mean, I don't think it's deserved for me at all to have any ambitions. Of course, I will see how he will play, because okay, also it's kind of an interesting tournament situation, but I'm not the one, you know, who is calling the shots, let's say. Yeah.
Okay. Good luck tomorrow, and thank you for coming. Thank you.
Richard, do you feel bad when they call you Richard?
Because not really. No, not really. I'm kind of used to it, yeah. So it's fine.
And normally it's Richard.
It's with age, yeah. But okay, this Hungarian language is very tricky. So, like for instance, it's Richard with an H, but we are calling me. I mean, nickname is Richie anyway. So it's very strange. Yeah.
Okay. How did you spend your rest day?
Well, obviously, I didn't spend it well enough or successfully enough. Yeah, I've tried to take some rest, which clearly wasn't shown in my play, and prepared a bit, which also wasn't shown. So, you know, total waste. Yeah.
Who is your toughest opponent to lose against?
I should say it's probably myself. I mean, I make so many mistakes that you know, big mistakes. I mean, uncalled mistakes. It's very annoying. Yeah. So yeah, I would say it's me, and usually what happens is that, you know, I make something. I mean, I have some thoughts and I do something very strange instead, which I can't explain, and then 5 minutes later, okay, everything becomes clear, but the position is lost already. So what to do? Yeah.
And will I get another answer, a different answer, if I ask you who is your most favorite opponent to win against?
Yeah, probably, but I don't know. I mean, there are not so many guys whom I'm beating, you know. So I don't know. Really, I mean, there are lots of good players to play with. I couldn't even name one for, but also for winning. Yeah, I mean, okay, I don't generally dislike any of the guys, so I wouldn't say like, you know, I'm so happy to win against him or her. So in just general, I just like to play good chess, and if there is an opponent who lost this and who plays say enterprising or ambitious chess, whatever the result, it's okay for me.
I'm glad that you mentioned her as well. Thank you.
Yes.
My next question is, Valentine's Day is coming soon. Are you just as much a romantic person yourself as you are a romantic player on the board?
You should ask my wife about this. But actually, for me, it's kind of a double handicap, you know, because there is Valentine's Day, which is already very tricky, but then my wife's birthday is just right after on the 18th. So you know, it's makes it even more fun. Yeah, let's put it this way.
Oh, that's a very big trap then.
Yeah, it's an interesting month this February. Yeah, let's put it this way. But I am very happy that my tournament will probably end tomorrow, so I can be home for both of these occasions. Yeah.
Well, this is not something that I would wish you, but anyway, what is the toughest thing to be in a relationship with a professional chess player?
I don't know. I mean, I can't. I can't really complain. Yeah, just have very nice time. So okay, I guess you should ask someone else who is, I'm not a good person to answer this.
Right, because your case is very unique. You and your wife are both professional chess players.
Not really. None of us are really professional. I mean, I try to pretend that I am professional, but okay, look at my games. Come on, it's an overstatement. Yeah.
Do you sometimes have songs in a loop when you calculate the lines?
Songs?
Some songs.
Not really, no. But why? Do you have some recommendations?
Yeah, definitely. Many players do.
Okay.
Me, for instance.
Good.
All right. If you were to pick two players and combine them in one in order to beat Magnus, who would you pick?
I don't know. Okay. Probably one would be Magnus, and then someone else. Yeah? Maybe Magnus and Alireza would be a nice pick to combine to beat Magnus. Yeah.
But that doesn't work because Magnus can beat himself.
We can't multiply Magnus.
Yeah, I mean it's enough. Just Magnus is enough to beat Magnus.
Maybe. Yeah. Okay, I don't know. I guess depends. There are a lot. If you want to be honest, I mean, okay, it's very hard to see anyone beating Magnus because how things. I mean, Magnus is extremely strong also, but like it's I don't see it happening. So let's put it this way. So if you would want me to pick two guys and combine them, still it would be very hard to imagine based on what they would make decisions. So.
My last two questions gonna be a little bit provocative. Is it rewarding to be a professional chess player?
No, but it's not provocative. It's just an obvious question, not at all. If I could, I mean, yeah, sure, I like chess very much as a game and everything, but I believe that you can experience the best of chess once it's not so serious when doesn't depend on it. For instance, if it's a hobby or you are like started out as professional, let's say until you were 18 and you went to study on university, so you kind of have a daytime job and then you spend time on chess on the side. I think it's much more rewarding because you can truly enjoy the beauty of it and the thinking over the board, and this activity. For us, I mean, for me, let's say, I don't know, I can't talk in other people's names, but it's a lot comes down to results, and since chess is very result oriented and I believe not as well founded as many other sports, where someone on a very high level could make a very decent living, and therefore it becomes a serious option. I think in chess is a case it's very hard to just to enjoy it, and most people depend on sponsorships outside of it, which in my case is not really given. So yeah, I don't really enjoy. I wish I had chosen something, and if I had put a similar amount of time and energy over the years, I think I would be a happier person as of now. Yeah.
And now my final and most important question: what is the worst question that you get asked on the post-game interviews?
I don't know. There are so many questions, and none of them are really bad, so hard to tell. Yeah.
Oh, you're so nice. Thank you. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thanks.
Okay, and this last interview concludes round 5, the penultimate round of Berlin Grand Prix, and that's I'm talking about qualification stage, right? Because today is the last round of double round robin qualification, but we will not end the tournament. There will be more games to come. Semi-finals, finals, quite possibly day after tomorrow we will have the tie-break, right? So the only group so far we guaranteed no tie-break. I just thought, Jesse, I was to say Group C, where Ronian has already won, but in fact Group A, wait a second, Group A cannot have a tie-break, even though Yesipenko is half a point behind Nakamura. But he cannot equal the score, right? No one can win.
That's very true. I never thought about that.
No one can win like three fourths versus 1/4 of a point, right? So they play each other. So it's either Yesipenko or Nakamura, but no tiebreak for sure. But anyway, tomorrow will be the last day of double round robin qualification. Yeah, I enjoyed it today. I mean, maybe we didn't discuss everything, but it's been a lot of interviews. There've been some funny questions. And yeah, as Hikaru said, Sasha will win if we are talking about, the trash talk after the game. And I believe Richie Rapport will take the last place. I mean, the guy is, sweet as a teddy bear. I mean, all the provocative questions he answered so, in such a polite and nice manner. I'm really impressed.
He's like, this is not provocative. You can't provoke me.
Yeah. Okay, so as you can see, Jessie also has the names of the partners on her backdrop. So one more time, thanks Kaspersky, Algorand and FIDE Online Arena for making this tournament possible. And that would be it for today. Make sure tomorrow the decisive round in quite a few groups. You don't miss it. It will start the same time and we will be here for you.
What?